All right. I assume you can hear me, and I assume you can see me. I hope that is the case. Hello everybody. That's Hey Thornell, how are you doing? Hey Ori, how are you? Oh, hey Mike, how are you doing? Also, wow, thanks for being a member. I didn't know that yet. Thank you very, very much indeed. I very much appreciate that. And Jeroen, how you doing? Are you in Crete or are you back from Crete? Because I remember you saying that you went to are going to like a trip to Crete, right? Oh, hey, the no longer Demidrach and now Gistal. Hello, how you doing, my friend? Wonderful. Well, then let's get this all started, I guess. I hope the video image is halfway decent. I'm still figuring out how to deal with the light situation now that my old light died on me, and I have a ring light now. But the ring light is the stand for the ring light doesn't really properly work, so I need to figure out how to do that. Right now, it's very precariously balanced against part of my whole setup, which yeah, I need to figure out a way to make this less precarious, I think. But for now, I hope it works and nothing falls over while we're streaming. Beyond that, how is everyone doing? What are you guys reading these days? Um, uh, Thanks once again, Mike. No, yeah, it wasn't that bad when I was in Athens, but obviously Crete is a bit further away, so I can imagine that being somewhat crazy. Yeah, I know it's yeah, as I said, it's a different light. Like the light I had before was one of those weird like daylight lamp things, sunlight lamp things that I just had lying around for reasons. And once I started making videos, I was like, hey, I can actually use this as light, and that one broke down. So right now I'm using a very cheap ring light, and that just doesn't have the same amount of uh, light, I guess. That's a good question. Which Malazan god I worship? I haven't really thought about that. I'm not the worship him kind, I guess, in general. So probably someone who doesn't want worshippers, so I don't have to. Um, Beyond that, I don't know. Shadow Throne always a good choice, I guess. Male sounds like my kind of person, so I guess I'm part of your tribe now. Now, I mean, I can fuck around with the light settings. That's one thing we can totally do because this ring light does have like I don't know how many settings. I just haven't figured out what they can do and so forth because it's not the kind of thing you can properly do during the daylight, and I haven't fucked around with it at night. Now that's some heavy reading there with Man's Search for Meaning. Like that's a much easier read though. The Three Musketeers. Okay, that does sound unwise. If it doesn't even understand time travel. All right, let's. I'll just play around with the buttons of this ring light, and we'll see what happens. I may become very dark in a second, though. We'll see. Oh no, that's brighter. I think. Ooh, interesting. Um, yeah, now I'm. Well, Kalar is not a god. He hasn't ascended. Isn't that kind of the problem, though? But I do agree that Kalar has never done anything wrong. And I still believe that's kind of what we'll see with Walking Shadow and the like the next step in the Carcanas trilogy, right? Because when you read Fall of Light at the end, you know that Erastus and Setchel are planning to go to this island where they have a high king, and we all know how that one ended, don't we? Um, Jerome, yes, I do see the difference between light and dark, and I do see the difference between like strong colors, that kind of stuff. So uh, I do genuinely try to keep on light, at least, because otherwise I'll just fall asleep, I think. So I'm still very much yeah, relying on that in a sense. That is true. Les Miserables is Victor Hugo. Thanks, Ori. That is a very, very good joke there. Now, I finished a very bad book and written by a very bad author. By which I mean The Infinity Machine, Demis Hassabis, Deep Mind, and The Quest for Superintelligence by Sebastian Mallaby, who is a massive piece of shit. And unfortunately, because he gets rock hard about any rich, powerful man, he gets access to these kind of people. So if you want to learn about those kind of people for, say, an artificial intelligence video that you're working on, you kind of have to read his shit. But he's bad in so many ways. He just fundamentally incapable of understanding that there might be problems. Like this is like a 600-page book, right? Roughly 600, might be 500. I don't know. The audiobook is 15 or 16 hours. So that's your ballpark there. And in the second to last chapter is the only time that he talks about the fact that maybe, you know, large language models are built on theft by saying sometimes labs helped themselves to copyrighted material. That's all he says in the entire fucking book. Which obviously also still comes with the no part of this book may be used to train AI notice afterwards. So fuck that guy. Seriously. I mean, he also wrote The Power Law on Venture Capital and More Money Than God on hedge funds, and his theory in the last one there is that if more investment would have been done by hedge funds and not by banks, the 2008 financial crisis would totally never have happened, and we need to actually do more financial capitalism through hedge funds and venture capital. As I said, fucked up guy, really, really fucked up guy, and incapable of like anything but weird hagiographies of capitalist motherfuckers. Mike, it's an ongoing process. I am recording and re-recording bits and pieces of that AI video. I hope, I hope by the end of the week, like, well, next weekend, my plan is to go to a concert on Friday to see Hex Vessel, which is a really weird folk, sometimes 70s psychedelic, sometimes black metal band from Finland. And then the day after, go to another small town where there is the Doom in Bloom festival happening, where a bunch of like local Doom bands that I really love are playing. So that's, I hope I'll have it out by then so I can, let it go and, yeah, ignore comments and everything if, it gets any comments. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm done with research at this point. Like I've I don't have any more books that I want to read. Funnily enough, like I've known about the Sebastian Mallaby book on Demis Hassabis and DeepMind since last year in autumn. I'm like, nah, I can't wait for that book to make the video. And then making that video took me so fucking long that now the book is out. It came out last Thursday. On Thursday? No, on Tuesday. It came out on Tuesday on the 31st of March. So yeah, now I'm done with that, and now I'm all out of like excuses, and I think I have like I have written down sort of like not scripts but like lists of points that I want to make for each of the subsections, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. Hey, Phil. Hey, Britton, how you doing? Yeah, the harrowing of hell. We'll see how that goes. Well, of course, I know what the harrowing of hell is. It's anyway. The next video that I will make will be up tomorrow, I hope, and that is about Seasons of Glass and Iron by Amal El Motar, which also came out on the 31st of March, and yeah, I really loved. The Riojas Roots, so I'm really excited about this one. It's my reading for tomorrow. It's relatively short. It's a collection of stories, and my thought was to maybe also after that also make a video on Burning Girls and Other Stories by Veronica Shanos, because they come from a similar place when it comes to fairy tale retellings of fairy tale adjacent stories, I think. And more people need to talk about Burning Girls, which is a fantastic story collection. I really love that one. So maybe I'll do that, just to have like something in between, because I don't want to do nothing but the AI video, because it will take forever, and there's a good chance that no one will watch it, or at least not many people, compared to the amount of work that I've put into that. But you never know with these kind of things. Oh, yeah, I've seen that, but I still haven't gotten around to Ada Palmer's book on the Renaissance yet, which I have on my in my library, my Audible library, but I haven't gotten around to it yet, which is absolutely a shame, because yeah, it'll happen. Yeah, that's like a good question there, Ori. I don't know how many of these stories are actually new, because a lot of them have been published previously, including one that was added at least to the audiobook of River Has Roots. So I don't know how many of these will be new, but it came out as a collection now, so gonna talk about it now. Yeah, I've seen that you put them up, Mike. I've seen one for Breakfast at Tiffany's, I think, and another one, yeah, for the German lesson, the Deutschstunde. Um, but yeah, haven't gotten around to watching them yet. Ah, okay. In that case, yeah, I don't think I've read all of them previously, but some of them definitely. And it's just nice to have them all in one place. And as I said, I think it's a nice thing to talk about that one, and then also talk about Burning Girls and other stories, which that one is just so fantastic. I wish more people would, actually hear about that and read that one, and yeah, because there's so much going on there. So that's the plan for now. Now, there's like a bunch of other books that I'm planning to read. There is obviously Buddha's Wagon, A Brief History of the Car Bomb by Mike Davis, which has been out for a while from Verso Books. Generally, if you want to read good nonfiction right now, Verso Books is one of the publishers to follow. They have really good stuff coming out all the time. Matteo Pasquinelli's The Eye of the Master, A Social History of Artificial Intelligence, really good one. As I said, A Brief History of the Car Bomb, which I think is, well, I'm interested in it for reasons, I guess. So that one definitely. Um, Last year they published, no, 2 years ago by now, they published Anacorn Blues, Immediacy, or the Style of Too Late Capitalism, and just generally a really good publisher. They're publishing the Story of Capital by David Harvey, which is coming out on Thursday, Tuesday, either one. I think Tuesday. Yeah, that makes sense. It's coming out on Tuesday. It's coming out on the 7th. So that one as well. So Versa Books, good publisher. That is, of course, a key thing to pronounce Baba Yaga correctly. And I'm not good at these kind of languages. Or no. You did. There's a really cool story in Burning Girls and Other Stories that is about Emma Goldman meeting Baba Yaga and having a conversation about history, which is, nice. It's not my favorite story in Burning Girls, but it's definitely a good one. Ones that I really loved are I don't know what it's called, but I think obviously Burning Girls itself, which is about the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, and mixed with Rumpelstiltskin and stuff like that. And there is one that is basically a retelling of oh god, which one is that? I need to shift brain things here because it's German fairy tale titles and English fairy tale names are not the same, and that fucks me up from time to time. And right now, I'm completely blanking on the one with the spindle where the girl sleeps for fucking ever. Um, anyway, it mixes that with the retelling of the story of Sid Vicious and Nancy, and it's just insanely good and really angry, really good stuff. No, she doesn't get anything except, disillusionment about history, which is usually what happens to anarchists. Sleeping Beauty, that's the word, that's the story I was talking about. In German, it's called Dornröschen, which, well, it's about thorns and roses, I guess. Anyway, so it and using the pricking yourself as a metaphor for heroin addiction is just like really clever, and then it gets really angry at capitalist exploitation of addiction and mental health struggles. It's a really good story. As I said, like read Veronica Shano's Burning Girls and Other Stories. It's brilliant stuff. And thanks Ori for recommending that one to me like a while ago. Yeah, I would probably not have found out about it otherwise, and it's always good to know these things and read cool shit. Well, I mean, I don't plan to fly anytime soon, so that's fine with me if the kerosene runs out. Um, we'll see what else happens. That is, of course, its own kettle of fish on the politics there. And I mean, I'll be glad once Easter is over because with people like fucking Pete Hegseth, you never know if he feels that Easter deserves its own massive sort of like military response to supposedly religious festivals and shit like that. I don't know, but certainly an interesting time right now. It's just really interesting to see how the situation right now is going and comparing that to Hexeth's weird fuck around and find out speech from like last year where he was, insulting generals for being too fat or whatever. And yeah, I guess he's in the find out phase now in a lot of ways. Well, okay, when are you leaving for Canada? You can always take a boat. Hey, so how you doing? So, yeah. Yeah, sure. Why not? I know that you can technically take, and that's one of those things that that kinda but you never actually look into that. But you can, in theory, just book passage on any container ship, or at least on a lot of container ships, and just like travel that way to like across the sea. You can totally do that, but it's really expensive and it takes a fucking long time. You might still get stuck in some straits somewhere, I guess. I have read Robin Hobb. Yes, Thornall. I've read the Farseer trilogy and I've read the Life Ship Traders trilogy. And at the time, that was more or less all that was out. And then I waited for the next trilogy and then never started it. And at this point, I would have to go back and reread Farseer and Life Ship, which will happen at some point. But hey, Jane, how you doing? So one thing about the war crimes and stuff, right? Like, I, a question I was wondering, right? Is like, how Sam Altman always talks about how UBI is necessary because AI will put so many people out of jobs. So my question is, does that mean UBI for war criminals at this point? Because apparently the one thing that generative AI is really good at is, committing war crimes. So maybe that's what's happening. Um, and replacing Pete Hegseth with a oops, how did that work? I'm sorry, I guess the light went out. Give me a second to find out what happened there. Da-da-da. How did I manage to do this? Is just the power out? I hope not. But it might be. Interesting. Give me a second to figure this one out. This was not supposed to happen. Here we go. I'm sorry what happened. I have no idea. But let me press a couple of buttons and see what happens next. Clearly, this is not yet a good working thing. The answer is also yes. Also, I have read Thomas Hobbes. Of course, I have. um, I have read Thomas Hobbes in well at university because we did talk about some parts of Leviathan at in philosophy courses, and I have read the entirety of Leviathan. I haven't read the other one, big one yet. But did you know that Thomas Hobbes, um, before doing that, translated and actually created the first complete English translation of Thucydides' Peloponnesian War, and that there are some really interesting theories, believable theories that and what his reading of Thucydides and obviously helped him make sense of his experience during the English Civil War, and all of that obviously then impacted his philosophy in some major ways. So there is some interesting stuff there on Hobbes. And yes, I've read Wizard of the Pigeons, which I really loved. That one, really, such a good book. Yeah, so I don't know what happened there with the light. That might be the problem. You're right, Ori. Maybe I should start selling merch. Well, Calvin and Hobbes is, well, a lot of Protestantism, I guess, and a lot of misanthropy at the same time. Well, also Thomas Hobbes is really good. He's a really good writer. Like that's like one of the advantages of a lot of, especially English philosophers, is compared to German philosophers. A lot of them are very readable. David Hume, incredibly good writer. When it comes to theoretical philosophy, he's just really good, really readable in a lot of ways. That's one of his advantages. And the same goes for Thomas Hobbes. That he's really readable. I mean, obviously, it's a 17th century English, but beyond that, like good statements, easy to understand. I think that the main danger with Hobbes is that because he often makes these arguments that start out that are like individual steps of these arguments are really good, and it's hard to sort of like disagree with any of these statements, and then at the end you suddenly realize what you've actually agreed to. Like one of these is like it's impressive, right? He goes and it's like, well, we understand that avoiding pain is something that humans want to do, that all animals want to do, right? So avoiding pain is a good thing, and there's all kinds of methods of avoiding pain. But what if a pain is so large that you can actually not avoid it through any other means than taking your own life? Wouldn't that make a moral argument for suicide? And he just puts that in that book, and it's like, well, how do I argue with that one? If the harp is an it, does it then go by they them pronouns? Is it Vogue? Vogue halflings? Well, he's not necessarily an authoritarian in that regard. Britain, I don't think you can call him that. He's very beloved of conservatives, I can tell you that, because his fundamental, like, you have these like two big sort of like strains in argument in classic philosophy, right? You have the Hobbesian conservative approach, which is like humans are fundamentally monsters, and we need rigid structures to make sure that they don't constantly kill each other. And that's how society evolves, because otherwise, the war of all against all will never end. So we evolve the state out of that. And then you have the other version, which is, the Rousseau kind of version in a lot of ways, which is, well, humans in their state of nature are all fucking hippies that are really happy and so forth. And then we accidentally figure out how agriculture works, figure out how private property works, and then everything goes to hell. And now we need a state to make sure that there is still something going on. We don't all die. And both are not necessarily the best arguments for like how humanity became humans and stuff, but that's sort of like the two big classic arguments. I mean, if you read The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow, they very aggressively argue against both of these monolithic narratives and go like, no, that's not how that works. Screw Hobbes and screw Rousseau, which is fine, because Rousseau, some really weird ideas in there. Just saying. Very big fan of like the whole like climate theory of climate racism, right? People in the warmer it gets, the lazier and less evolved humans become, and the colder it gets, the same thing happens, because people are just focused on finding food all the time. So you have to be in the temperate zone, which is very clearly just exactly around France, right? To actually evolve civilization. It's stupid bullshit, but it's Rousseau is a big fan of that. Well, Mike, I have sold merch in the past, not for me, but for well, for bands and for the festivals that I've organized. I still have a lot of like not a lot, but like I have leftover T-shirts from all four editions of the Riddle of Steel Heavy Metal Festival lying around, and I do have some bottle openers which are branded for my record label, but they're more like sort of like giveaways. Yes, exactly that one, which is one of those funny bits in when you read Terry Pratchett, right? In what's this? In Feet of Clay, there's a scene where Lord Vetinari is writing something down, a political treatise, apparently, and instead of writing, he's drawing a painting of, there's this drawing of this huge man made out of like, lots of little men and so forth. Like one of those wicker men, the people on the hub around the hub set on fire to celebrate nature's bounty or something. Is how Pratchett describes it. So, yeah, in Discworld, Leviathan is written by Lord Vetinari, which is one of the reasons why Discworld is such a fun stuff to read. Nice. Congratulations of moving to France. Hopefully, I hope it works. So you're still looking for jobs around that area, right? By Silvia Moreno Garcia, I've only read The Seventh Veil of Salome and The Bewitching, but I am going to read more. It's just a matter of time because stuff. And I'm definitely looking forward to She's got a new one coming out this year because, Silvia Moreno Garcia, just like Chuck Tingle, publishes at least one novel per year. Also, I'd love to do more stuff with the record label again. Yes, and a kind of workers co-op would be really cool. Yes, I have read the Leoness trilogy. I've even made a video for the first one, and then I have kind of failed to make videos for Maduk and the Green Pearl, or the other way around. I think the Green Pearl is the second one, and Maduk is the third one. Yes, I love it. It's really, really good. I mean, I generally love Jack Vance as a writer, and all of Jack Vance's stuff is really good. I really love his Dying Earth stuff, particularly. I think Kugel Saga and Kugel the Clever are really, really funny. The short stories in The Dying Earth are less over the top. I've read his Demon Princess series, which is fun, and I've read his now called Planet of Adventure, which has City of the Cash, the Noom, something something Dirter, and of course the wonderfully named Servants of the Wank. I don't know. Yeah, I've read that as well, which is less over the top funny, but still cool. And once again, I just love the fact that someone decided to name a book Servants of the Wank long before other people came up with the term Guna maxing, right? That's a good question. I think I liked the Seventh Whale of Salome a bit more, but that's mostly because of like the structure is similar, like that you have these like three sort of like time levels going on, sort of like kind of thing. Um, but having the so, so here's the thing, right? Like I had read The Master and Margarita shortly before that, so having another sort of like novel that has a historical thing set in historical Palestine, basically Roman Palestine, as an interleaved with the other plot, just like worked really well for me at that specific moment. So I don't know how I would think about it if I would read it now compared to them. Silver Nitrate is one of those books where I'm like, this is probably really, really good, but I know basically nothing about Mexican horror B movies, so there's probably a lot of stuff that will go over my head in that one. Exactly, Jeroen. Like Planet of Adventure is really good. As I said, it's just like less over the top than both a Demon Princess and the Dying Earth. But Leoness is also not that over the top. Yeah. Also, that is really good. I need to get back to the culture books. I still have so many of those to go through when it comes to making videos about them, and I really should get back to them. The next one I think is number 5. Is that Accession? I'm I always confuse inversions and accessions. That's the two that are I always confuse them in like the order. One thing that I will say right now, after having read that terrible Sebastian Mallaby book on Demis Hassabis, is that Demis Hassabis seems to have understood Ian M. Banks better than Elon Musk, which is, obviously not exactly a high bar, but, when it comes to people fucking around with AI, at least one of them seems to have actually figured out what post scarcity means and how that doesn't actually mean capitalism with more stuff. Yes, a behemoth. I have friends in Sofia in Bulgaria that I, know from all kinds of places. I recently met them in Thessaloniki for the Up the Hammers after show concert and all of that. And they have a very large black cat, which is not named Behemoth, but is the closest I've ever seen a cat come to being Behemoth. It's like massive, a huge fucking black cat, like all black, and he's fucking huge. But he's called Claus Sturtebaker because pirates and dumb jokes is what my friends are into. To be fair, my one of them has a PhD in 15th and 16th century pirates and mercenaries in the Baltics. That's his history topic of his history PhD. So the Sturtebaker thing made sense. I think what we can actually deduce from that is that ketamine is not spice. It does not actually make you see everything. And no, I don't think Elon Musk is the Kwisatz. So if you go through that though, doesn't that mean that basically spice is emeralds because Elon Musk's father, that in that metaphor being basically Leto Musk, I guess, Leto Musk was sent to South Africa, or in this case, I think it's on the border. To to exploit the spice, and then his son took over, and it's not going anywhere. Elon Musk is a fucking dumb piece of shit, and we all know that. But I think what's interesting in that whole like AI research stuff that I've done, right? There's like a couple of books that have really helped me understand stuff. One is definitely What Tech Calls Thinking by Adrian Daub. I highly recommend that one. It's looks at these different like terms that people in Silicon Valley throw around and that sort of like define their understanding of what it means to be smart. Really good book. And then, of course, Jordan Carroll's Speculative Whiteness, Science Fiction and the Alt-Right, because those two combined explain why people like Elon Musk are so incredibly good at completely missing the point of any science fiction novel they read. I I doubt that with the military coup. I mean, I don't think that is going to happen anytime soon. It sounds more like wishful thinking than anything else at this point. The Muad'Dibian Jihad. I don't know. We first need a butler, I guess. Fun fact, a fun story, I guess. One like the band that I brought to Europe for the first time when I by accident started booking tours and shit, Mega Colossus. They have a song. They have a bunch of songs about Dune, and one of them is called Jihad, Jihad, which is um, about that part in Dune when they dare to use atomics against Dune, against Arrakis, and then Paul calls out the jihad. And the first time they came to Europe, they were like really. They did not practice that song because they're like, we can't play that song in Europe. People will think we might be in favor of like actual jihad. It's like, no, we all know what the song is about. So next time around, that's how they started their show with a song that has a wonderful multi-layered arrangement of people singing about how jihad is like the next thing that will happen. Really good song. I think that's kind of the thing, right? Like people obviously wish for like for change, and they know change is not going to come anytime soon. Yes, you can vote in the midterms and so forth, and then stuff will still not really change that much because we've already seen that the current regime is not exactly the administration is not exactly paying attention to what say Congress says or what like the courts say. So there is that idea that the only thing that could help is basically something dramatic, and uh, and people start wishing for that, I think. Well, I mean, Britain, the number of Islamists that go to heavy metal shows is fairly limited. Um, the same way that the number of, say, Christian fundamentalists that go to black metal shows is also very limited, right? I mean, yes, Dark Funerals EP Teach Children to Worship Satan probably pissed off a bunch of evangelicals somewhere in the Bible Belt, but how many of those would ever go to a Dark Funeral concert? Heretics is wait, is it first Heretics and then Chapter House or the other way around? I stopped after those two because, well, I don't need to deal. Well, can you still hear me? I just got a message that says, "Whoops, connection lost, reconnecting." Okay, so first Heretics and then Chapter House. Those two are fine, but they're already really weird, and I have avoided moving beyond that because it doesn't strike me as the kind of stuff I want to read afterwards. Which is, of course, the question is like, has Kevin J. Anderson? I know he has written like actual novels on his own, but all he I know him for is hacking that shit together for Brian Herbert, and of course writing the novelization for the last Rush album, Clockwork Angels, together with Neil Peart, which Neil then narrated the audiobook for, and yeah, it's not a good book, is what I'm saying. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I got a message like, "Whoops, connection lost," but I guess it worked out, which is good. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on here. Yes, religious fundamentalists are good at finding things to get mad at. That's kind of the job, right? The dog chairs are in both Heretics and Chapter House. I'm pretty sure. I think it starts in Heretics, but they come up in Chapter House as well. I think what you wait. Oh no, Heretics also already has the weird, the whole like sexual imprinting thing that you thought is something that like the Omega verse or weird vampire novels came up with, but apparently it's also like a Frank Herbert Dune thing, right? Where the Bene Gesserit have these wonderful techniques to make someone so sexually dependent on them that they basically control their mind. And I think it's in Heretics where the thing that happens is that, or it might be in Chapter House. If the latter, then I'm sorry for spoiling something, but there's this guy, the kid, the young Duncan Idaho. Don't ask about the number. And sexually imprints on the one Bene Gesserit that is sent to do the same to him, and then they are basically in this very weird codependent thing. It's weird shit, is what I'm saying. I mean, it has an entire paragraph about like how Bene Gesserit have training to change the temperature of their vagina, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on with you at this point? That's my point. The Butlerian Jihad is already only Brian Herbert doing stuff. God Emperor is really good. God Emperor is really good if you like, books that are just about massive, somewhat semi-anthropomorphic worms philosophizing and waffling for hours on end. Two. Well, sequential Duncan Idahos. Yeah, of course, Frank Herbert is a weird guy. I mean, what I like about, and I think that's sort of like what I really appreciate about the later Dune books is that he does actually go all the way all in on like weird shit, right? You have a lot of like sci-fi and fantasy that would not go that far for the longest time. It's like, and Frank Herbert just doesn't give a shit. He's just like, well, guy turns into a sandworm. That's what's happening now. Fuck you. He's thousands of years old. Fine. Duncan Idaho gets cloned again and again and again and then murdered by the sandworm when he just wants to have a new Duncan Idaho, I guess. Fine. Chair dogs, right? Dogs that are chairs. Okay. I, I just love the sort of like the sky's the limit, fuck you attitude of it. I have not read Project Hail Mary. I have not read any Andy Weir, and I don't think I will. It does not sound like the kind of stuff I'm interested in general. So, and that's beyond like Andy Weir's politics or anything of the sorts. It just doesn't sound like the kind of stuff I'm interested in, and the kind of people that really love his stuff mostly are people whose taste is shit. And I'm like, well, if this is the book that you think is really good writing, I'm pretty sure I'll be annoyed by it because it doesn't sound like something I enjoy. I don't know if he did acid, but he didn't he? I may misremembering that, and I would need to double check. But I think Frank Herbert worked as a biologist on mushrooms, on like the mycel, whatever they're called, the those networks of mushrooms and stuff like that. So I think it is safe to say that Frank Herbert certainly did use tools to open the doors of perception. I think that's exactly the thing. Is like I don't hate the competent man sci-fi as such. I just don't find it very interesting, and I've read enough of it at this point that I'm like, well, I don't need another one, and that's basically all I need on that, right? And it's like, and I think Andy Weir is at least a very very oblivious kind of guy, um, in a lot of ways, and there's good sci-fi out there, right? You can read really cool shit instead, both hard sci-fi and soft sci-fi, and space opera stuff. I don't know. Read some Desperate Glory by Emily Tesh. That one really good, and it has Nazis in space. Who doesn't like space Nazis? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he might either have done acid and or shrooms or both, as I said, like, yeah, that's exactly what I expected, Ori. That's the vibe I've gotten from this book and from what people have said about it, and I don't necessarily need that. Um, yeah, in that case, read Some Desperate Glory by Emily Tesh. It's really good. I think it won a Hugo or a Nebula or both or something. It won prizes. It's really good. And it does really weird shit. Some Desperate Glory by Emily Tesh. I'm going to put it in chat so you can. The good thing about Dan Simmons dying is that he died 1 or 2 days before the current war on Iran, and he would have loved that war against Iran. So I'm glad he didn't get to see that. That's my thoughts on Dan Simmons dying. Um, that's my thoughts on Dan Simmons dying. I mean, he's been basically irrelevant for science fiction ever since the mid '90s. Like, you know, how many people have actually read beyond just Hyperion? You have a bunch of people who still read Fall of Hyperion and complain that it's not as good as Hyperion, and then you have a bunch of people who read at least Endymion and Rise of Endymion and complain that it's not as good, and then you have even fewer people who read Ilium and Olympus, and um, you have one booktuber who thinks that it is probably the most complex science fiction ever written, which okay, there may be words in time, but there's certainly no brain in your head at that point. But and even fewer people have read Flashback, and and that is already like once again like maybe 10 years, 15 years ago. I would have to check when that came out, but I think it was around 2010, so probably 15 years old. And after that, he just wrote another book which probably had something Nazis and Jews in it, because it always comes back to that. But no sci-fi. The last one he wrote was a thriller, I think, something with Omega in the title, but I didn't even look at it. And it's like no one cares about that guy, and that's the important thing with Dan Simmons is like Hyperion is a solidly written book by a fucking racist piece of shit that everyone jerks off over because it does mention some books from the Western canon, and people can feel smart for having read a book that feels literature adjacent. It's like no, it's you know literature adjacent is still not literature kind of stuff, right? It's really popular. Apparently, I've lost connection again. I hope it doesn't. Yes, I think the Terror was really popular because of the TV show that a lot of people watched. And maybe some people then went to read the book. I don't know. Um, I haven't read the Terra. I don't need to read the Terra. I think it was Tal Levin, um, of The Sword and the Sandwich, who made that wonderful comment. It's like, well, it's like just like all of his books, very misogynistic and pointless. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, the military coup is apparently happening against my Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, there are that, that's a good point. The literature is the books I want you to have to read. But here's the thing, right? There are books just as there are movies where I'm like, I'm glad I have read them, but I don't want to read them again. And I didn't enjoy reading them. But the same with movies, right? I watched Gone with the Wind in a theater. At a we used to have this at our local theater, and I don't think we have it anymore. Called Classic Sneak. It's like a sneak preview, so you don't know what you get, but it's classic, and it's the showing starts at 11 p.m. and you do that with Gone with the Wind, you're fucked because you get out of that theater at like 3 in the morning. And so I did sit through the entirety of Gone with the Wind, and yes, the final scene is really good. The rest, not so much. But I'm glad I've been there. I know what I'm talking about with that one and a couple of others. And there are some books like that where I'm like, yes, I've read it. I'm fine. I know what's in there. I can talk about it with confidence, but I did not exactly enjoy the experience. And it's totally fine if you don't even go there, because who needs to know these things, right? Like, if you want to talk competently about science fiction or fantasy, I would argue you have to read Hyperion, because it is sort of like relevant in that regard. The same way that if you want to talk about epic fantasy, you need to read The Wheel of Time. Is it good? No. But if you want to talk about fantasy nowadays, you need to be aware of what's in those books, because otherwise you're missing shit, right? Wait, the werebear in the Arctic? Is that the Terra, or is that Philip Pullman's Golden Compass? I mean, that helps, obviously. Dan Simmons not being there makes things easier, I think. I mean, but once again, like I really love that like classic sneak thing, because it kind of forced me to watch films that I would otherwise not have gone to. I also got to see the first Mad Max movie in a theater, which is really cool. And pretty fucked up. Got to see Dirty Harry in that regard. Also, really cool Blues Brothers, and yeah, trust me, Blues Brothers on a big theater screen, fucking amazing. I mean, it's a brilliant movie, nevertheless. No matter what, right? Like, I have no views on Philip Pullman. I have seen the Golden Compass movie that I think Disney made back in the day. I haven't read the books. I am not that interested in it, I think. But I think he just did an interview. He showed up on my YouTube recommendations like yesterday with a video, him talking about his problem with C.S. Lewis. And like, there's lots of problems with C.S. Lewis. I'm just not sure if yours is the correct one. But yeah, I know deeper. I think like Philip Pullman, in a lot of ways, I think is a decent writer and so forth. But like what ruined, like what made me never want to read his dark materials is like how beloved he was by all the Reddit atheists, and I'm like if you you know if you need to have if you even need your fantasy to be Reddit atheist edgy, then I don't know, you're not getting fantasy, if you know what I mean, right? Like it's like he might still be really good. I don't know. Maybe at some point in the future I'll read him. I don't know. I guess I should really read Philip Chase's books now that they are all three out, and I have two of them, and the third one I can get now that I have an Audible credit that I can spend on it. Um, might be worth talking about that one at some point. Uh, since it seems to also be, traditional fantasy with a focus on religion. I just don't know what kind of focus, and I like religion. It's a cool thing. Yeah, I mean, C.S. Lewis wasn't even Catholic. He was very much Anglican. So what the fuck? Um, Tolkien was the Catholic in that group, and I don't know. I think it's fine to rant about the Catholic Church. It certainly has done a lot of like rant-worthy things in the last 2,000 years. So sure, go ahead. But then again, so have all religions, and so have a lot of other organizations. So unless you have like very specific things, like I don't know, if you're an Irish person, you have very clear historical reasons to be mad about the Catholic Church. As a German, I'm like, well, compared to the like Lutheran churches around here, the Catholics didn't even, weren't the worst the last time they had a chance to be really, really bad, which is, during the 1930s and 40s. So I guess, okay. Jeroen, I can empathize with that. I barely ever read self-published books. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. Like one of them is just like a pragmatic one, where it's like very few self-published books get audiobooks because it's so fucking expensive. And that's like a big problem for me. Like when I'm like, yeah, well, also because it's so many, there's so much self-published shit. It's like I don't want to, I don't want to keep up with that like entire scene. So the only self-published books I've yeah read or am reading is Joe Burns' Hybrid Helix, because Joe is very, very nice and a friend, and he has sent me sent me those audiobooks for free. So I'm like, yeah, of course I'm going to listen to them, and they're cool. I'm enjoying them. That's fun. And with Philip Chase, I'm like, well, I certainly felt much more like Philip was a friend when the first book came out. This is maybe no longer the case, uh, no longer the chase. But I'm going to look into that because I'm interested in what kind of fantasy someone like Philip is writing. And that's like sort of like a problem in itself, right? I was thinking about that recently, what with the last video that I did, where I was, talking about my recent encounter with the job center and stuff, which blew up massively. Like after it was already out for like 2 days, and suddenly overnight something happened, and suddenly I wake up to like 1,000 views more than like the usual like 60 or 70 or whatever a video of mine gets. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And I was like, well, my next video will be about Seasons of Glass and Iron, and I'm sure that one will not crack 100 views, right? But if I make a video on the Idan trilogy, or just the first one, whichever the first one was, The Way of Idan, I think. Way of Prophet of and Return to, I think. Whatever. if I make one of those on that one, that will get lots of views because, Philip is a big name in fantasy booktube. So no matter what I will have to say about it, just by putting that name in, it will have like all of these things uh, that draw on. And what I find interesting about that is like how I did buy those books, right? Like, I did not get them for free or anything. I'll try to be as independent and so forth as possible when talking about these kind of books, right? But like, how much how possible is it actually to talk about a book like or like a trilogy like the Edan trilogy if you've known the author for years now, whether and known in quotes here, right? Like known by watching videos and so forth. Like, can you actually talk about the book, or are you basically talking about the author? And if you talk about the book, people disagree with you. Will they just call you out for using your personal disagreements with the author or whatever, right? Like, and that is a danger that I think is really interesting when it comes to this whole like separating art and artist in a world where artists are forced to be more and more present as the selling point, right? Like the same way that it doesn't really matter like the like the content we produce in YouTube videos. It, people watch because they like or hate watch a specific person, and it's so much more about the personality and the person that the image that you present, the way you perform and so forth, than it is about the actual content. And I see the same thing happening with books, and especially like self-publishing is heavily relying on that sort of like on that personal and social aspect, I think. Yes, I think Tolkien did turn Lewis back to religion. There is stuff there about Tolkien having conversations with Lewis in the 30s, and then Lewis did not become Catholic, but returned to the Anglican Church, and became much more obsessed with it than Tolkien in a lot of ways. Yeah, I think that's the point. Is like if you want to do that Reddit edgy atheism stuff, right? You need to be at least cool with it, right? That's I think that's fundamentally also my problem with a lot of fucking R. Scott Baker's stuff, right? Where I'm like, I've read this trilogy, only the first trilogy. Like I've heard the second part is much wilder, right? But I'm like, it is edgy Reddit atheism, but the book's not that edgy, really. And if all you can do to make it edgy is to, I don't know, increase the number of dead people, I'm like, I don't know, it's, it's not that interesting. Well, Ori, that's definitely a big one, yes. And that regard, I feel that being Catholic, at least in Germany, being Catholic helps you more than being Protestant, because the more Catholic dominated states have more days off because saints and shit, right? Um, like I get in Hesse, we get off both Christ Ascension and Corpus Christi, and Protestant countries don't get that, and atheist countries even less, states even less, and so forth, right? Unfortunately, I don't get Epiphany off. That's something for the hardcore Catholics in Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg, and I think in Rheinland-Pfalz. But yeah. Yeah, Jerome, that's the thing. Is like I'm not interested in the One Piece stuff and self pub either. So yeah, I check in from time to time, and I'm like, oh well, he's reading some stuff, but at the end of the day, whatever, right? English professor's opinion on One Piece is like, how is your being an English professor relevant to you reading Japanese manga, right? It's like I don't know, but that goes into the whole like reaction stuff. Well, someone has to believe in John Wayne. Well, hey Ida, first of all, hey, how you doing? No, I think it's difficult. It's like that's one of the reasons why I did buy the Edan books by Philip's Edan books. Like I don't owe him anything, right? Like so, if I'm talking about them, and there's a big if, I'm going to read them, and if I feel the need to talk about them, that's independent of anything that because there is no influence, right? Like I'm not doing a quid pro quo or anything of the sorts, and that's why when Joe sent me the audiobooks for well, back in the day, the audiobook for the first one, uh, Wistful Ascending, I did not make a video discussing the book, but I had a conversation with him because that is I feel like the adequate way of approaching that, right? It's like I'm hanging out with my friend Joe and we're talking about the book he wrote, and I've read the book so we can talk about it, but I can't make a value judgment about that kind of book. I mean, in general, I'm really bad at making value judgments about books, right? Like, I think most books are worth reading, even if you hate them, because you'll learn something from that. That's my big thing. Is like there are very few books I would genuinely counsel against reading. Um, I would argue that the Turner Diaries is one of them. Mein Kampf definitely one of them. Don't read that book. It's not worth your time. It's like read an excerpt if you really want to find out what it's about, but that's it. But there's very few books I would go. Don't read those. It's not worth your time. Um, but beyond that, like the whole rating star ratings and shit, like makes. Yes, Britain. Of course, there's good self-published books out there. That's like the strength of self-publishing is, of course, that you can get straight out that would not get published through mainstream publishing, and its very short-sighted approach to publishing stuff. Right? Of course, there is, and it's hugely liberating to people who would otherwise not have a voice, marginalized authors in particular. But because there is so much, it's basically impossible to find that stuff. So how do you find it? Well, through social media marketing and shit like that. And then at that point, you only find the stuff where the author has the most friends or is the most obnoxious online. So you hear about it, and that's sort of like the danger there. Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I remembered like Lewis when he became Anglican, which is like Catholics, but for British people. It's Brexit Catholicism. And as such, I guess it's just slightly more damp and even less cool. Yeah, I've heard about Mushroom Blues, and I'm like, the title always makes me think of Finch and Ambergris by Jeff Vandermeer. I don't know if that's correct or not, but Finch is such a good book. Also, like One Piece, if there's only one piece, you don't have to say piece. Then it's the whole. That's kind of how that works. No, I don't know. I've no interest in it. Whatever. I feel like with the manga stuff with Philip is similar to like what Murphy Napier does, right? Like there's a larger audience for manga content on YouTube than there is for book content. That's just like how it is. So if you whether it is for money or just for the feeling of having good numbers and shit like that, and it's very difficult to escape that because it feels good to have lots of people watch your stuff, unless they tell you ridiculous shit. But hate comments are just what happens when your videos get large, I guess. um yeah, but it's easy to fall into that. Like you may be genuinely curious about one manga or whatever, but like suddenly you do that, and then yeah, it's easy to stay in that lane, because once you're in that and you do something very different, then stuff will not really work well, and the videos will not get views because you're not doing the manga stuff, and then yeah. Hey Kale, how you doing? I hope you fall back to sleep shortly, because it must be very early over there in the wonderful lands of all the deadly spiders. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the internet today. Um, I think one of the things that makes Lord of the Rings stand out in so many ways is that it is generally not written as a commercial novel, right? Like Tolkien wrote those books, and yes, they got published and they got successful eventually, and all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, but these are books that are not written to market, and the way Tolkien went about all of this stuff is also very much not that. So it's art and not a product, not a commodity of the culture industry, right? And I think that comes through. And in a world where we get more and more stuff that is clearly written to market, um, it is very it is refreshing, or it stands out as something different in that regard, I think. And the completely over the top world building is part of that, because like, yeah, no, Tolkien just liked to do world building, and that's cool. It's you know that's fine. Yeah, I think I do get what you're saying there. Also, I think the interesting thing with the world building in Lord of the Rings is that it does very much inform everything, right? Like it's like the story is embedded in the world and not the other way around. Like you have worlds, and both are like valid approaches, right? You can create a world to tell a specific story, or you can create a world and then figure out what kind of stories would work in that world. And Tolkien definitely has that uh, bottom up approach to world building and storytelling, where he tells he builds the world bottom up, and then he goes, and this is the story I can tell in that world. And the Malazan world does the same thing. Hey Chadia, how you doing? um wait, was that the Evie's book club, or yet another book club? Because I saw that Evie was streaming earlier, but that was like at 6 p.m., and I can't imagine talking about the Queen's Gambit for like 4 hours. But maybe, I don't know. How are you doing besides that, Chadia? I'm alright. Had a interesting, relaxed day reading books about artificial intelligence, getting mad at the author, not doing much more. I wanted to record part of the AI video, but then it was raining and I couldn't, film outside. So we'll try again tomorrow. Oh, Hyperion. Oh, gods. I didn't know that it's Dan Simmons' birthday today. Yes, a lot of it is like creating the world around the language because he was playing with language and it's like, well, language is informed um by the world in a lot of ways. And I one of those my favorite ways of that is like with Tolkien, right? Is this thing where a friend like where a fan mailed him sent him a letter and was like, hey, so do elves have pointy ears? Because if you read Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, there's no mention of that, neither in the Silmarillion. So it's a valid question. And Tolkien was like, well, I don't know, but the Elvish word for ear is derived from the Elvish word for leaf. And leaves are pointed, so probably. And that's just like so fucking amazing as an approach to like world building. It's like, well, I guess. I never get mad. I'm a very calm and collected kind of person. Well, Britain, I hate to say that, but we only have 365 days per year, which means there's a lot of days on which more than one thing has happened. Well, that's the thing that Tolkien did not say they have pointy ears. It's like, well, they're probably somewhat leaf shaped, which could also be fucking maple leaves, I guess. I mean, I've known some language nerds over the years. I'm like one former flatmate of mine studied old Celtic languages, so they were like a they did a PhD in I think Welsh, like Middle Cymric, which is its own thing, because my university here in Marburg does have a department of historical language, text, and culture studies, which is mostly old Celtic languages and weird languages. And another friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, has done his PhD in vowel shifts in between like early and middle Greek or something like that. So I've met a bunch of language nerds, and it does very much track. um, like I've read the Silmarillion, and I would have to say that elves are no more or less logical than any other species on Middle Earth. They're very much into getting really, really angry and shit, which is maybe why I really enjoy the Silmarillion, because it's so much more messy. Yes, he was an avowed language nerd. Gods. Well, that's like one of the funnier things with like Warhammer 40k in particular, that you have the Eldar and you have the Orcs, and suddenly the Orcs are way cooler than the Eldar. But then again, there might be something to be said about the difference between 1950s, 40s and 50s England and 1980s England that made the switch from Eldar to Orc in coolness, inevitable, I guess. But then I wouldn't know too much about Warhammer 40k though. That sounds very like Fire and Bloodish, doesn't it? With like translators arguing, or in this case, well, in your case, translators arguing, and in with George R. Martin, it's different historians arguing. I'm saying this as someone who has not read Fire and Blood because I don't know, somewhat bored with all the Westeros bullshit. I mean, come on, it's not that good, is it? And I've read fucking Game of Thrones like 4 times, I think, and yeah, it must be more or less 4 times, because I read it when only the first three were out, and then I reread the first three to read the fourth one when Feast for Crows came out, and then I reread it again when Dance with Dragons came out. But I think I read the first three twice before, like once before already. So yeah, 4 or 3 times. Yeah, I know. I know you were talking about the Noldor, but it is important to never pass up the chance to talk about Warhammer 40k as well. I think. I don't know. Just a thought. um, I mean, at some point, I will read Fire and Blood. There's so many books to read. At some point, I will also read War of Light and Shadows. I know that by now there is 5 out of 11 books are actually available in audio. That sounds fun, also. Well, If they're Skaven, I'm sure someone is going to lick the warp stone, even though you tell them not to to lick the warp. Um, I have not yet gone there. I know the audiobooks are out, and I had them both pre-ordered and bought them, and then I had to return them to get the credits to get some other book that I really needed to get to right now, and I'm going to buy them back, and so forth. But it's not my priority because there's still only three, and then there's books 10 and 11 are out. So it's going to happen. I just don't know when. But it's definitely going to happen sooner or later, or probably later. But I'm glad that they're continuing to make the audiobooks, and I assume that at this point they are going to do all the rest as well, because you have like 1, 2, 3, and 11, 10, and 11. Like, why stop now? Clearly, the first one, Curse of the Mist Wraith, did sell enough to do the next two. I assume that would make enough to, be enough reason to do the rest. Somehow, licking Warpstone sounds more fun than talking to severed heads, but you never know. I've never played Warhammer or tabletop games. I've only played the pen and paper role playing game, both Dark Heresy for the 40K stuff, and I've played a lot of Warhammer Fantasy second edition, I think. I don't know, one of those. The one that had the halfling message rider on a pony with skulls on the harness of the horse, because everything has skulls in Warhammer, because it is, Skullhammer, I guess. Yeah, that does in fact make sense. Well, severed heads talking back is still less fun than Warpstone, isn't it? That's a big topic, Jin. Aren't there like really good videos on the subject already? I'm sure there are. I feel like the main issue with Warhammer, not with Warhammer, but Dungeons and Dragons is that Gary Gygax was a bit of a race realist, as they say, which means scientific racist in a lot of ways. So the idea of having different races, even with humans, and then having them have different fixed sort of like attributes and so forth, that stuff is the worst part to begin with, and then you can move from there. And there's like so much stuff in there that is troubling. Well, Thornold, so that is basically the mark of Ham, isn't it? Or the mark of Cain, which is something you find in, well, as one of the arguments in Mormon racism as well, right? Like the idea that well, the Ham story is, of course, that after the whole like flood thing, Noah goes like, "Well, I've done the first part of being a sailor. I've been sailing around, so obviously, what I do after that is go on shore and get absolutely fucking wasted." Which, you know, is the job of a sailor. And he does that, and his sons find him passed out, and he's killed. I guess he's wearing a kilt or whatever else he was wearing at the time, rolls up. So his youngest son, Ham, sees Noah's dick, and for that, he turns black and is now, you know, the story. That's Christian racism for you. And you can conflate that with, of course, the mark of Cain, and it's, it's ridiculous. But yeah, the idea of being black because of your soul, still racist. Right, MR Carey is doing a Tinderbox retelling as well later this year, right? I feel the whole like turning black because you see someone else's dick is very much going against contemporary porn logic, you know. But yeah, you didn't know about that story, Chadia, but that is very much in the Bible. That's like why Ham fled and was cursed by Noah, and so everyone can see that he's cursed. His children were all black, and presumably that had nothing to do with dicks ever after in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, the Bible is funny. I wonder if like Noah also, when he was drunk, got himself like a weird Nazi tattoo or something else, which is the other thing that that sailors are supposed to do before while getting hammered on shore leave, I guess. I am not surprised. Yeah, Florida Man definitely would work in there. That's for sure. Now, the Bible is a really interesting book. I do generally think that it is worthwhile reading the Bible at least once. It does have like really interesting aspects of like historiography in it, like how people define their history and stuff like that as well. There's a really good old traditional essay I read at university by it's Maurizio Momigliano, like a 1950s Italian historian, really big guy, and it's I may have gotten the first name wrong, but it's Momigliano. What a fucking name, Momigliano. And he compares Greek historiography with Jewish historiography, that being the Old Testament, and Persian historiography, and how those differ in their approach of storytelling, and how that impacts sort of like self-image. Yes, I know that one, Thornell. But that's the other thing that in I think no, maybe Deuteronomy. Yeah, it's in Deuteronomy where God through Moses tells the people to build parapets around the roofs of their houses so no one falls off and brings blood upon the house. So yes, divine building codes, which is something I'm sure all of those evangelical libertarian this small state fundamentalists in the US would love to understand about, divine building codes. No, you should definitely read the Bible. It's worthwhile both for the Moby Dick stuff, but in general, like you'll catch so many other things in there where like, holy shit, this is this is interesting. Like one of my favorite aspects there, like when it comes to like sort of like narrativizing history, right, is that you know how you know why Moses got up on Mount Sinai and got himself those clay tablets with all the commandments, and first like three tablet and stone tablets, and then it's only two because he dropped one, well, he dropped all three and then went back up and so forth. Like anyway, the story before that I think is far more interesting because here's the thing, right? Like Moses, prophet, gets to talk to God, all of that stuff in Exodus, and so what happens is that every day when anyone has a problem or a question, they go to Moses and go like, "Hey Moses, so how should we solve this problem?" Moses goes like, "Hey God, how should we solve this problem?" And then goes back and tells the people what God said. And it becomes such a massive thing because everyone with all of their issues comes to Moses, and Moses does nothing but do that all day long and give like case by case individual rulings every single fucking time. And he's like, "Well, I get nothing done because I'm sitting here basically just playing telephone between God and my people all the time. What should I do?" And his father-in-law, the good old Jethro, not the one with the flute, but the other one, um, no, Jethro goes like, "Well, you're talking to God. Why not ask God if he can give you just like a couple of like basic rules so people can just like deal with that shit, and you just have to adjudicate like the edge cases, and we have like general laws instead." And Moses goes like, "Well, thanks, Jethro. That's a really smart idea. I guess I'll talk to God on that mountain. And don't anyone think about making a fucking golden calf. You can't even make proper kebab out of gold. It doesn't taste." And that's what happens in that regard. But like, what you can take away from that is sort of like this narrativizing of human history, where you go, well, we adjudicate every single conflict individually, and at some point you realize that once your group of people, once your society becomes too large, you can't do that anymore because it slows down stuff, so you need to have like more generalized laws instead. That's just like really cool to read, I think. Like beyond all the God part, you can go like, well, this is a very good sort of like explanation of like why we have laws instead of just individual decisions every single time. Job is such a fascinating book. I love Job. It's really, really interesting in a lot of ways. One is that, of course, the largest, like the center part of Job is very much a inspired by or liberally taking from a specific tradition that you have in a lot of like also Mesopotamian literature, that is lamentation literature. And the only new thing, sort of like later added thing, is the frame narrative, where at the end, God gives everything back to Job, and you have like an actual weird happy ending. But beyond that, I think Job is one of the books that gives you a really, really good answer to that whole question of fucking question of evil, that whole theodicy questions like so why is shit me why do I suffer if I've done everything correctly? And God goes, "Well, don't question me. I'm so much more powerful than you. Fuck you. What do you want?" And that's at least honest compared to a lot of like later ways of sort of like trying to square that specific circle, going like, "Well, no, God's God. Why would you even try to understand that shit?" And in that regard, I think it's honest. Moses definitely had a very frustrating job, and he didn't want to get that job, right? That's like the main thing. It's like God goes like, "Hey, Moses, do I have a job for you?" And Moses goes like, "No, thank you. I can't do that shit." It's like, "Well, me, God, you nothing. You better do that shit right now." And But like, there's an interesting thing. It's also in Exodus, right? When once again the people have done shit, and God wants to kill everyone. And Moses argues God out of killing everyone, and that is a really interesting element that often gets overlooked, right? Because you have that conversation. God goes like, "Well, fuck him. I'm going to kill them all." And Moses goes like, "No, you don't." And God's like, "Watch me." And Moses goes like, "Well, you, God, told me that we are your chosen people and you will save them. So, if you kill them now, you would break your word. You would be a lying God. Are you a lying God?" And God goes like, "Well, fuck, what do I do now?" It's like, "Well, maybe I only kill some of them," and then they negotiate about that. I do appreciate those elements of like wrestling with like larger powers in there. There is really good stuff in the Bible, is what I'm saying. I've only seen the Prince of Egypt once. Oh, you have the third cat now, Ida. What's the name of the third cat? Yeah, okay, that makes sense, Ida. Uh, but yeah, so yes, Bible, interesting book. Hosea 1.2, and the God spoke unto Hosea, "Go down to Israel and take a whore for a wife, and father whore's children, because all of Israel is full of whoredom." And they never teach you that in Bible class for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I think it's worthwhile reading that book because it so much comes from it, and so many people misinterpret it or claim stuff that is in there that is not actually in there. So I always think it's better to actually go and read the thing. Also, there's an audiobook version with like lots of like relatively famous people narrating it. Among them, Malcolm McDowell, who is, well, both Caligula in that wonderful Caligula movie, and of course Alex in the Clockwork Orange movie. And Malcolm McDowell gets to narrate the Solomon parts, I think. Um, there's a lot of like relatively famous actors in there, and it's certainly fascinating. Plus, having Alex, if that's sort of like your image of Malcolm McDowell in your head, having that image while listening to him narrate the Bible is certainly fascinating. Okay, your guest cat. Hosea. Yes. Well, of course they don't. I mean, obviously your passwords are password 123 and swordfish, I assume, because it's always swordfish. But yeah. So yeah, it's worthwhile reading the Bible. I think it's also obviously worthwhile reading the Quran and reading religious texts from the past is always a good thing to do because it, even just for like the cultural sort of like impact these texts have on so much stuff, especially if you read older like classics, so to speak, right? So many of them take so much stuff from there. It's like the impact of like the whole like so like the impact of say John Milton's Paradise Lost has shaped our image of Lucifer in a way that like that goes so far beyond anything you find in the Bible. Obviously, there's not that much in the Old Testament on the whole like rebellion of angels and shit. There's not that much in there. It's very little. But like so much of what we now assume of it from it is Milton's Paradise Lost. And that is obviously once again inspired by the Bible. Like knowing the difference and understanding that can help you understand stuff that then shows up in so many other places. So it's very much worthwhile reading those texts. That is true, Thornall. But I don't plan on summoning that dragon tonight. Yes, Paradise Lost is a really cool poem. And what I find so fascinating about Paradise Lost is like how cool Lucifer is in that one. It's like, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. It's like, yeah, you know, he got somewhere there. Which is of course why William Blake said that like Milton, like all good poets, was of the party of the devil, because you have to be of the party of the devil to actually write good poetry. Which is interesting considering that Blake thought of himself like as a very religious man indeed. Yeah, Jen, I get that, right? I mean, I think as a as a cultural technology, religion has certainly has positive effects and purposes, right? It explains parts of the world, and it is a good way of creating social cohesion, which is sometimes really important. And looking at those 10 commandments, a lot of them, you know, not that bad. Like thou shalt not kill. It's not a bad rule. There's a lot of those like don't steal, don't you know, I mean, be nice to your parents and so forth. Like the 10 Commandments are not the worst like set of rules to live by. As is, don't make sure there's like a railing around your roof so people don't fall off. That's a pretty solid rule. And if it has to come from God so people actually pay attention to that, whatever, right? Now, Divine Comedy is obviously also good. I think it lacks the emotional impact of Paradise Lost in a lot of ways. Um, it's also so heavily focused on Florentine politics in the 13th century that I'm like, yeah, if you don't know all of these ridiculous, weird bankers and bishops and other people that Dante was beefing with, it can become very tedious to read that beyond just the pornography of just like all the weird torture methods that he can come up with. Yeah, the whole coveting your friend's wife stuff. Yeah, another rule that definitely helps with like social cohesion. I can see that one. Now, I think the problem is that if you think of religion as just a story, then it becomes ridiculous. But if you think of it as a cultural technology that is there to create cultural cohesion, it is definitely something worthwhile criticizing, because if a technology does not adapt to new circumstances, it can actually become very, very harmful. Plus, it's easy to create. It's the kind of technology that creates hierarchies, and hierarchies lead to abuse of power, which is why you have all of those child abuse scandals in different churches and shit like that, right? Like, religion can do a lot of harm in the way that just a story doesn't do it justice. You know what I mean? Um, there is more than just a story. I think. All right. Look, if your friend's wife is hot as fuck, then yes, you can covet her, or him. We're in like this is an all opportunity kind of coveting thing. The question is like, what happens if you act on it? Because there's consequences, and those might be troubling. At least they might break your nose. But that's the thing, Chadia, right? Like, um, killing is okay if God commands it, which, once again, if you assume that this is, at the time these texts are written, is a social technology for one specific group of people, right? It's not a global religion. At that point, like Old Testament, it's very much a selection of people wandering around somewhere between Israel and Palestine, between Palestine and Egypt, and that area, right? Like, um, you create cohesion, and then you explain why it's important to fight against people who believe in other gods or are different people. Like, it does make sense as that technology, and that's what I mean. Like, that's why you need to adapt that technology, because we don't live in that specific world. I mean, technically we kind of do, because you see what people like fucking Pete Hegseth and so forth are doing right now. So the problem is right there, because it's not just a story. You know what I mean? Well, Goethe is certainly not above making a cheap shot here or there. Yeah, probably not good to tell him. That is also true, Thornall. Knowing Greek mythology, or you don't have to read everything, but I feel like having read, like, and that's kind of the problem with like a lot of this stuff is, and something I tried to get at when I made that video where why I wouldn't talk about the Magic Mountain, right? Is there is so much context that you kind of need to fully get the stuff, and at that point it becomes much more of a chore to actually do that, unless for whatever reason you already have that background knowledge for you know different reasons, right? And that's definitely true with like Greek mythology. You kind of need the broad strokes. Like, I guess you can read like I don't know, read a Bullfinch, or read the Greek myths by what's his face, Robert Graves, or there's a German one, a German book for like mythology that has the same thing. I just can't remember the name right. It's the Greek Legends of Greek Gods and Myths, and yeah, Gustav Schwab. That's a German author. That's the one that I grew up on, right? Those summaries they're usually enough. You can go back and obviously read, I don't know, read Ovid, the Metamorphoses, and read the Iliad, and read the uh, Odyssey, and probably also go and read Hesiod, Works and Days, and yeah, I'll probably also read maybe Pindar's Odes. And at that point, you're like so deep into that fucking thing, right? It's like, because those stories obviously get, you know, morphed around a fuck ton, right? Like you read those classic Greek myths. It's like, which are those though? Because you go and read some of the, say, like the Athenian tragedies, they deal with like those stories in different ways. Like, okay, so which is, and they change those stories massively. It's like years ago, I had to write a term paper at university on Athenian religion and mythology and stuff like that. On how well, I selected that specific topic because I'm a weird nerd, on how the image of Theseus changes in Greek religion and in Athenian religion in particular, like how Theseus as a hero gets first of all built up as a Attic sort of like alternative to Heracles, because Heracles is Peloponnesian, thus closer to Sparta and Corinth and all of those places in a lot of ways. And Attica doesn't have that specific type of hero. And then you get like the Theseus story, and Theseus is, of course, the son of the king of Crete, of king of Athens, and he comes back to Athens and he does his sort of like tasks on his way, where he kills all these different robbers and shit, on the like Procrustes on the bed, and there's a couple of others, right? Like he does all of those tasks, and they are very specifically sort of like patterned after, or not patterned after, but like in competition to the Heraclean tasks that he has to do. Obviously, they do different jobs, but like it's this, hey, look, we have the same kind of hero, and then he changes in lots of ways, like what depending on what is acceptable. And you read later here, what's this, I'm blanking on the title. It's one of the later tragedies, where it's basically presented in the way that it still covers like Theseus as a hero, but it talks about how it's Oedipus in oh God, in some place. So it's kind of what happens after Oedipus does the whole Oedipus stuff, and then he puts out his own eyes, and then he wanders around as a beggar, and he ends up in this place near Athens, and the question is like, what do you do with them? And then people want to kill him, and then Theseus basically goes, "No, we don't do that." And in that specific play, it is presented as if Theseus is the enlightened king who does introduce democracy to Athens, which is very different from the frankly pedophile rapist Theseus of like older generations. Uh, and that is important because when we talk about Greek mythology today, we have a very specific sort of like filtered through both Renaissance and then especially in like English language context, like Victorian understandings of Greek mythology, that takes all of these different versions of all of these stories and turns them into a specific like socially acceptable in the 19th century kind of variant. And I think it's interesting to keep sort of like that in mind when it comes to understanding those nuances, because it's not so much knowing Greek mythology, but also understanding that the Greek mythology that you learned about is most likely the highly romanticized 19th century version of Greek mythology that is far more representative of social norms of Victorian England, or well, early 19th century Germany, or depending on where what your source is in that regard, right? Like than it is of actual historical texts. Sorry for that weird excursus on on Theseus and all the other stuff. Also, I didn't make up the pedophile rapist stuff. That's an older myth about him. Basically, taking a young girl as his bride against everyone's will and so forth, which is very much celebrated at that point, and then kind of gets taken out because you other stuff. Yes, it's Oedipus at Kolonos. That's the one. Well, yeah. See you later, Britain. I hope you're good. So, but yeah. So yes, Oedipus at Kolonos. Interesting play because it is the very late sort of like iteration of how Theseus is, and that's just like one character, and you can see all of these different characters from like older stories being shaped again and again and reshaped, and then you have something like the Metamorphoses by Ovid, who's like he's a Roman writer at that point, but he reframes Greek mythology through like a Roman lens at this point, and like, and that's sort of like what comes down to us. And yeah, knowing those stories in broad terms really helpful, but also understanding that for most books considered classics these days, it's usually a very romanticized 19th century version. Except for the one classic that I always tell everyone to read, and that is, of course, the Satyricon by Petronius, which is a really good book that you definitely should read. It is, as far as I'm aware, the oldest fiction, like literal, actual written as a fiction to entertain and not a mythology, not a myth written down or anything of the sorts, that has a werewolf. Like a classic werewolf turns into a wolf when the moon is full and stuff like that. It's also about a guy who is cursed by the god Priapus and can't get his dick up, and so he and his friend try to break that curse, and they encounter all kinds of stuff. There's lots of orgies. There is gay sex. There is threesomes. There's a lot of weird stuff and werewolves, and it's a classic. It's old and it's fun. Well, I mean, to be fair, they got rid of that aspect of Theseus relatively quickly, and by like 400 BCE, um, that was basically over, and he was the hero of democracy, which definitely no parallels anywhere. He was basically draining the swamp of Attica. Which one, Mike? The Satyricon? I hope that was the one you were asking after, Mike. But yeah, it's a really interesting book, and it obviously, and that's like the thing that is so interesting about it is like it is a satire. It's like where the term satire in a lot of ways comes from, um, because it does satirize different forms of myth retellings or tragedy, comedy, and so forth at the time. And yeah, I say like it's surprisingly direct in its in its graphic depictions and stuff for something that is 1800, 1900 years old at this point. I think it's like third century. I might be mm, misconstruing it right now, but it's definitely a fun book to read. Yes, that is true. In the Discworld, in Discworld, it could also be a wolf that turns into a man once per month. Um, yes, like werewolf is a very difficult, yeah, difficult concept. I have a friend who's writing his master's thesis right now on werewolves in mythology. I will let you know what they are coming up with once they're done. There's at least one academic book on werewolf mythology out there that I've had my eye on but haven't read yet, so I can't tell you more about that. I personally always love the were beaver in Thomas Pynchon's Mason and Dixon, where there is well, there is a were beaver, and on the Mason and Dixon expedition, doing the Mason Dixon line thing basically. Um, they meet that guy, and they are having a tree chopping competition between Stig, the Swedish axeman, who is in fact not actually Swedish but comes from the Hollow Earth. Don't ask, it's a Thomas Pynchon novel, and the were beaver. And people are all betting again who would actually win and who could chop more trees, and the bear beaver is very much crushing the whole thing by biting through all of these trees and just like chopping them down no end, and so forth. But as it turns out, it's a lunar eclipse. So once the moon is fully eclipsed, the werebeaver turns back into a man, and then Stieg, the Swedish axeman, wins. And then Mason and Dixon get accused of knowing that in advance because they were astronomers, so they clearly knew about the lunar eclipse. And so, it's Thomas Pynchon. It's a good book. You should read it, but it also has a werebeaver and a tree chopping competition with a werebeaver. I see. That's an interesting question because would it change between the werewolf being on the dark side of the moon or the other side of the moon? And would the werewolf basically turn into a human as soon as they step over the line and are in on the dark side of the moon, and suddenly they're human, and when they step back on the sunlit side of the moon, then they are suddenly a wolf? I don't know. Interesting question. Werewolves on the moon. Well, I don't know. That's one of the D&D parts that I have not actually read the monster manual entry to, so I have no idea how that one works. In Malazan, it definitely works. Houses can definitely eat you. They are very hungry, but they don't chase you. You have to actually get close to them. They're more like black holes in that regard, I think. I mean, that's basically the thing, right? Like, basically, an Azath house in the Malazan universe is basically like a black hole, but instead for a set of mass, it's about power, right? Like the more powerful you are, the more you're dragged towards the Azath house, right? That's how I would describe it. Not that I know anything about physics, much less about Malazan. Well, at that point, I guess the werewolf will be half man, half human, half human, half wolf. That is getting very, very interesting. Well, Stilches is also just like a really cool guy, so I totally get it. Like, if you want to just like tap out for a couple of years, I feel like an Azath house definitely a good choice. And after all the stuff I've read about him in Carcanas, I'm like, Party Boy just needed a nap, and in that regard, I guess it worked. I don't think they ever tried. Wait, I mean, that's the thing. He wasn't there in Guards of the Moon. He has left already, right? Or is he still there when Mahmoud turns into rice and gets like Azath? Or is he already out fighting the demon dragon thing? There is definitely a gap in the market for a Stilches video because Stilches Ruin definitely the coolest of those three brothers. Uh, See, I'm not quite sure because if he was there, why isn't he doing anything about the whole Mahmoud thing? Or is he? And because I know the plot was to weaken him enough through freeing the tyrant, right? Like you free the tyrant, you weaken him enough so you can get him with the demon and everything, and that obviously doesn't work. Um, and in other situations, he's definitely in league with the Azath. That is true. Also, as I said, like, I feel like going chilling in the Azath in an Azath house seems to be a very, very good thing to do. I mean, Gothos is doing it, and he's doing fine. He can just like hang out wherever and have tea all the time. It's like, well, it's perfect. Like, give me one of those Azath houses. I'll take it. And that's the danger with Malazan. We're like, well, fuck. I guess I'm back in there. Like when I reread Gardens of the Moon for the conversation I had with Britain, I was like, damn, do I go back and just like read Dead House Gates now, or do I do something else? It's like it's a ve- the Malazan Book of the Fallen is very much like an Azath house in itself. That like every time you just get close to it, it's very easy to fall into and go back and reread it again, 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 again. Well, Shadow Throne, but in Guard of the Moon, Shadow Throne is not exactly doing much with the Azath house. Like, I mean, it's not exactly showing up a lot outside of the Shadow Realm. But that's like the other thing, like what with the Zath houses being all connected and all over the world, right? Like, are they like one of those hotel chains? Are they basically like Hilton's or whatever? Um, I don't know. It's never like it's never. I mean, we're talking Malazan. It's never explained what the Azath houses are. They're this web of stuff that like goes through all the warrens, I guess. And they basically collect very, very powerful creatures and yeah, keep them imprisoned or whatever, so they don't destroy reality. I guess. I think of them as a retirement home for ascendants, basically. When your ascendant gets a bit loopy and does really crazy shit that will probably, I don't know, wreck the world and starts wars with Iran for whatever reason, that kind of stuff. Like you put them into an Azath house and they can spend the rest of eternity there. That's how I imagine Azath houses. Well, Mike, the Malazan Book of the Fallen is quite the undertaking. I'll just say that, like, I think they're really, really good, but they're massive, right? You need to be aware of that, right? They're like 800 plus pages monstrosities of epic fantasy with large casts of characters and lots of craziness. Also, dinosaurs with swords instead of arms, well, or sword arms that can shoot lasers and stuff. No, the cart with Dragonport is its own thing. I mean, that's obviously the thing that Draconis built to solve some other problems. Um, I don't know. Like, there is that scene in, oh God, I think it's probably how. No, it's a later one. It's Told the Hounds must. I think it's in Told the Hounds where what's his face not Anamander, but his son ends up in that place where the builder creates new Azath houses. Yes, Peter Thiel definitely the kind of person that would should end up in an Azath house. That is true. No, I mean, there's a good chance that it's not for you. Like, I mean, it's very very over the top epic fantasy. So there's lots of craziness going down. But it's certainly a book that has a series of books that has a lot of interesting stuff going on in there as well. Lots of meditations on war and power and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean that's the point. It's like I've always been annoyed by people who explain like Malazan is the most difficult thing to read. It's like, no, it's not. It can be difficult for people that have a very strict preconception of like what fantasy is supposed to be because it doesn't necessarily follow those conventions. But if like I believe that anyone can read any book if they have, the stamina to go through like 800 pages or whatever. Like that's obviously, beyond the mere physical ability to read a text. After that, you can read any book you want and you will get something out of it. And you can always go back and read it again later on and you'll get more out of it. And that even that happens no matter the book. Like you will always find something more in there. So this whole like this is not for you or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it works that well. All right, guys, we've reached that point. I've finished my beer, and we've been going for 2.5 hours. Should we continue? Because in that case, I'll just have to run to the fridge to get more beer. We could continue. Um, since it is not yet midnight, I can explain that at least in Germany, Jesus has not come back. If you're in Australia, this may be different. I don't know. Yeah, fever may not help. I had a massive fever when I first read Gormenghast, the first one, Titus Groan. That's a mind fuck if you're like feverish. Trust me. It's a brilliant book, but it's certainly not the kind of thing that works really well if you're also struggling with fever. All right, I'm gonna get some beer, and you can wait for Christ. Maybe it works. All right, I have restocked. See, I have returned quicker than Jesus Christ. I guess that is good. I don't know. um, well, here we go. To be fair, it's 10:45 p.m. here, so I feel the beer thing is. I should not start drinking coffee at this time of night. Is what I'm saying. Half nine. See, that is an interesting, fun thing that you bring up there, Mike. Beyond typos or anything of the sort, right? Like in Germany, in German, there's like two ways of talking about time. And the south and southeast, I think in particular, goes one way and the other goes the other way, right? And and that is exactly the difference there. It's like you go like it's a quarter nine, half nine, three quarters nine, nine. Or you go, it's a quarter past, it's half past, it's well, I guess three quarters past. And it leads to a lot of like very, very heated arguments between people in, say, North and West Germany and people in South and East Germany because of that specific question of like how to actually give the time. um, I mean, I drink tea in the morning, right? Like I drink lots of tea. Not very good tea, but lots of it, like 4 to 5 large pots per day. Because I don't know, but just like cheap black tea. But yeah, so that's how that works. Because when I drink tea too late in the evening, then I definitely struggle with sleeping at night. I already struggle with that, so it's not the best thing to do. Yeah, I know. Like, 9:30, but like as like in German, we have like both versions. Like when you so half nine is well, it's 8:30. Um, or well, for some people, apparently, it would be the other thing round. Like the same with like it's quarter nine. It's like 8:15, and it's three quarters nine. That's 8:45. And I am someone who grew up in West and well, in more like South Germany. So I grew up with that version of it. And then you have people go like, no, it's like clearly it's a quarter past, it's half past, and it's a quarter two. And it's like, well, why do you say a quarter past and a quarter two, not three quarters nine, right? Like it's intuitive to me, and I think what that shows in a lot of ways, at least to me, is like how much of this is basically like early socialization. Like if you grow up with that as like a 3, 2, 3, 4 year old kid, this will feel intuitive to you, and if you don't, then it won't. And so much of these things that feel natural and intuitive to us are not actually natural, but just something that we learned or like sort of like internalized very, very early on. So obviously, at this point, when you're, an adult, at least nominally an adult person, it feels like it's natural, but it's not. It's just something that you've done for the longest fucking time. That's a very good question, Mike. What brand of tea do I drink? At the moment, I'm drinking some Earl Grey that I can get in like a subscription thing from Amazon. So they send me one. They sent me 500 grams every 4 weeks, and that's roughly the amount that I need. So that's that's what I'm currently doing. But I sometimes switch it to, I don't know, some Assam or some Darjeeling, depending on how I feel. Valerian root. I'll have to look that up and find out what it's called in German. I feel like that is a very depressing thing to do because Conan doesn't need self-help books because he doesn't think, which is, exactly the thing that would come out of someone like Robert E. Howard, who basically who thought way too much and was way too self-obsessed, and is like, well, I wish I was like Conan. I could just like be cool and punch people. Instead, I'm sitting here worried about my mom and incapable of having conversations with females, and I will, well, obviously kill myself once my mom dies at age 30. But you know. Okay, 500 grams is roughly a pound, I think. Sort of. You and your freedom units over there. But yeah, 500 grams is half a kilo, and thus about a pound, slightly more than a pound, I think. Because your pounds are different from ours. Like 500 grams is called Pfund in German, which is, well, the German word for pound, but that's not, that's not imperial pounds because you guys are special. I don't think Conan makes his bed because I don't think Conan ever sleeps in a bed. Um, at least until he becomes king of Aquilonia, and at that point, I guess he has people who do that for him. I'm pretty sure he understands lobster hierarchy, though. That seems something that Conan. The other question is like, does Conan stop to pet a cat, though? Which is still like probably the best part of the best rule of these like 12 rules for life is like stop and pet a cat. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good one. Wait, Jin, you don't know about the lobster hierarchy thing? It's relatively early on in 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson is a chapter where he talks about, lobster hierarchy and testosterone and dominance and shit like that. And it's ridiculous because it's, as far as I know, it's wrong about lobsters, and transferring that from lobsters to humans is even more wrong. But yeah, it's in there. It's a bad book. Don't read it. It's stupid. But you should always stop to pet a cat if you can. Yes, Jordan Peterson has had more health troubles. He may be in a coma again. Right? He certainly had like more health struggles at this point, so that's why he hasn't been around for a while. He is, as far as I know, still alive, but certainly hasn't been, in any discussions or like on social media or anything because he is having severe health issues. Guess all that salt and raw meat didn't actually work that well after all. See, that's the difference. Jordan Peterson has maps of meaning. Conan has maps for treasures. There's a big difference. But yeah. But here's the thing: Jordan Peterson's not even American. He's Canadian. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yes, Jordan Peterson is the psychology guy, big Jung fan. and then became, did like lots of like self-help bullshit for mostly young men, and then became weirder and weirder and weirder and turned into like a right-wing grifter. Also claimed that the Canadian state was going to, I don't know, send him to woke gulag if he wouldn't use they them pronouns or something. um it's all really fucked up and stupid and bad. He also sounds like Kermit the Frog. Just that Kermit the Frog has usually smarter outlooks on life. I mean, that's the thing. Like 12 Rules for Life is not the worst self-help book, because there's stuff in there like I don't know, stand up straight. It's like, yeah, that's a good sort of like rule to do, right? Like it'll make you feel better if you stand up straight. It will, make you, physically feel better and shit. Like make your bed and clean your room are not the worst advices to give. I personally don't clean my room because I hate fucking Jordan Peterson. I'm going to stick it to the man by not cleaning my room. Now, a lot of this, like so much self-help, I think it a lot of it is platitudes, right? It's stuff we already know. The question is like, who tells us these things so we can actually, so we feel the need to actually do that, right? Like if your mom tells you to clean your room, you're not going to do that. But for some 16-year-old boys, once Jordan Peterson told them to clean their room, they suddenly did it, and I'm like, that's fine. There's all the other stuff that comes behind it that is really, really weird and problematic after all. After that, though, and he's just like really obnoxious and annoying to listen to, and all the other stuff beyond that. But going like, hey, I don't know, stand up straight, clean your room, and yeah, pet a cat if you see one. Those are good rules to live by. Those help. Yeah, that's the thing. Like 12 rules for life. That's where the lobster hierarchy thing is in, right? That's bullshit. But like, the other stuff, that's fine. Mythology, he mostly said like that's his first one, Maps of Meaning, which is like really weird stuff. Like it's like very Jungian, and stuff like that. And he's in that regard, he's very much like Joseph Campbell as well, right? It's like, hey, I have this understanding of like how the world works. So what I'm going to do is like I'm gonna bend mythology into the shape that I want it to be in, so it fits my sort of like um thoughts of like how the world works, and then I'm gonna use like long words to explain what I mean by not saying anything. And that's like the other thing. Like Jordan Peterson is not actually, known for his clear prose outside of like 12 Rules for Life, which is fine. But something like Maps of Meaning is just like using long words for the sake of it. And I'm saying this as someone who's read a lot of like neo-Marxist stuff, which is, I've read fucking Heidegger. Not that Heidegger is a Marxist, but like I've read weird and complex words. But like Jordan Peterson is really annoying about it. And yes, don't mess with skateboarders. Leave them alone. Look, pet a cat is a good rule. Okay, to talk about the pet a cat rule, it's like if you encounter a cat, then stop and pet it. That's the rule, basically. It's not like if it's in someone else's house. I mean, obviously, if you're in your friend's place and your friend's cat comes by, then pet the cat. But it's very much about like, hey, you walk. I think what it boils down to is that like both like physical contact is a nice thing. Also, it forces you to stop for a second and yeah, yeah, take a break, basically take a breather and go like, hey, there's a cat, that's neat. And that those are good rules, those are good ideas, right? And I don't know if like all of self-help is outside of Peterson is not based on psychology. I think like a lot of self-help is basically self-evident in that we already know these things, right? Like in theory, I know what I should do to, live a healthy life and, be, be relatively productive and stuff. We know these things. We don't necessarily do them because of like knowing something and doing something are not the same thing. We need either an authority to tell us those things or some other way of motivating us and so forth. And the authority thing cuts both ways. Like if the wrong person tells us to do something, then we will not do that, even though we kind of know that it's correct. Right? It's the contrarian thing. Right? It's what I said earlier when I said like I'm not cleaning my room because I want to stick it to the man. That man being Jordan Peterson. It's like if if David Graeber had told me to clean my room, I would have probably done it. Um, so this idea of like authority is more like it's more complex, I think. Uh, but a lot of like self-help boils down to basically telling us things we already know, but by virtue of some form of authority that we accept, we actually follow through in a way that we don't with other, say, with other sources for those things. So I think that's a lot of it, and for whatever reason that I can't fathom, a lot of young men in particular really felt spoken to by Jordan Peterson. It's like I don't know. I always thought he was ridiculous, but I know people who absolutely were like, yeah, this is speaking to me, and they have certainly turned their life around after listening to his like self-help lectures and shit like that. It's like that's fine. He's certainly done good. It's all the other stuff that he's done since that is ridiculous and terrible and fucked up and so forth. But like it's okay to acknowledge that some people have done the right thing after reading 12 Rules for Life or listening to one of his talks on YouTube. Thonal, you saying that you have a guy with a mustache on the wall that tells you to hate people for 2 minutes per day. At this point, there's so many guys with mustaches that kind of do that beyond the reference that you are making there that I'm like, yeah, could be anyone. Of course, no one wants. I mean, that's like one of the things that is sort of like important in like the whole like AI conversation where we talk so much about like because AI is a lot about automation. Like humans are lazy. If there's a way that gets shit done that doesn't involve me actually having to move, yeah, I'm going to take that option, right? And that's like one of those really frustrating things that it's going to be in the AI video, but it's really interesting to understand. And Matteo Pasquinelli's book, The Eye of the Master, A Social History of Artificial Intelligence, kind of goes into that, because of course it does. Um, Charles Babbage, the guy who built the difference engine and worked on the analytical engine, and that's sort of like the builder of the first computer and shit like that, right? Like he built all of that as sort of like a practical thing out of his project and his big book that he wrote, which is about how to optimize factory work and how to, you know, make factories more efficient by restricting tasks and so forth. And automation has always been about that. And if you know anything about how factories were organized, you know where those techniques for, dividing labor into specific tasks that can be split out and so forth to maximize profit and so forth. You know where those techniques were first pioneered. Why, of course, in slave plantations in the Caribbean. Which comes back to that whole idea is like we want others to do work. We don't want to work ourselves unless it's something that we genuinely enjoy. But like most stuff that needs to be done, humans don't want to do. So we find ways to make someone else do that. And if that's a machine, then that's fine. And if that's a human, then that's also fine if we don't have to confront the fact that they are human. So we dehumanize them in one way or another. And that's key to that whole AI discussion in a lot of ways, because if and I personally dispute that, right? But I don't think that we will have like conscious, actual intelligence, whatever that may be, in AI. But like if we assume that that's the goal of all of these companies, to build basically sentient machines to then do all the dirty work for humans, what you are creating is slavery again. Because if something has sentience and a personality and so forth, and you're then still like using it to, yeah, you're just building slavery again. And that is a key thing there. That comes back to that racialized element that is so deeply embedded in so much of the AI stuff. I mean, that's like one of those things that often gets overlooked, like how much eugenics and racism in a lot of ways. Like Frank Rosenblatt, the guy who built the first artificial neural network, the perceptron, studied psychology, and he studied psychology in the 30s, with the people who invented the term general intelligence, and who invented the IQ test. And that is fundamentally, at its beginning, already a racist concept, because the goal was to sort of like, do phrenology and do eugenics and shit like that. So this has been in there all the time, even before people like fucking Elon Musk made it even more explicit, or Peter Thiel and so forth, right? Like, and it's important to be aware of those sort of like aspects of it. And that's part of what I'm trying to do with the AI video, but it's turning into like a very convoluted kind of thing to bring all of these arguments together. I still love the fact that Joseph Stalin, apparently as a practical prankster, loved to put tomatoes in the back pockets of his guests. So when they sat down on a tomato and had their ass covered in tomato juice, which is apparently something that Joseph Stalin found very funny. So, good old Joey S. IQ tests are very accurate at measuring IQ. It's just that IQ doesn't mean anything beyond being a number that you get by, you know, making that test. There's like no connection between IQ as a number and reality. And that's that. I mean, no very, no very straight one, right? Like there's obviously, my dog, as much as I loved her, would not have been able to, do an IQ test. But then again, I can't do it in an IQ test because so much of it is like visual puzzles and shit. So am I less intelligent? Possibly. Or am I just bad at like solving IQ tests? And yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, we don't know what intelligence is. There is no universally accepted definition of intelligence at all. And it's like, and one of those really fun things about like artificial intelligence as well is so what is artificial general intelligence? Well, according to OpenAI, it's a machine that surpasses humans at all or most economically valuable tasks. I'm like, that's not intelligence. My mom's horse is very surpasses me at a lot of economically valuable tasks, like I don't know, plowing fields and dragging shit around, so much more. And it's like, I'm pretty sure that horse is not smarter than me, though. I've known smart horses, and she's not one of them, is what I'm saying. So we have no universally accepted definition of intelligence. We don't have it, not even within, say, psychology or neuroscience or anything of like, it doesn't exist. So all of it is always made up measurements that then sort of like create a reality afterwards. And that, I think, is sort of important to understand, that we define what we consider to be intelligence, and the people who design that have their own biases that they bring with them at that specific point. And the term of, the concept of IQ, in a lot of ways, like, partly came from like really good ideas. The French aspect of like, let's do a test and see how many people, how many pupils, how many students are sort of like at the same level at a specific grade, so we can find ways to make sure that those who are not yet at that, so we can take care or make sure that everyone who passes class whatever can in fact, at a specific age is able to do that and so forth. That's a positive idea, but it got turned into like the opposite of like how can we don't want very, very quickly. And that's because fuck around with that stuff in like the early 20th century. And and then like IQ turns into this other thing. And I don't know if you guys have read Malcolm Harris's Palo Alto: A History of California, Capitalism, and the World. It's a really good book, and it will make you very angry, which is kind of the point there, because turns out the history of California pretty fucked up, lots of it. And Stanford University, not a good place in a lot of ways. In fact, very much patterned after Leland Stanford's a ranch for horse breeding, and the idea that you can, in fact, selectively breed for intelligence. So you build a university where the smartest kids get free entrance, and you have it, open for both genders. So ideally, all the really smart kids will hook up and, have even smarter kids. And that is very explicit with the first couple of presidents of Stanford University, who were all very fervent eugenicists. And yeah, that's all. That's a culture that has been in that university since like the early, 1900s. And that's the kind of people who are now building artificial intelligence, still believing in the idea that you can, selectively breed for intelligence and shit like that, and it's inheritable. And the sad part is all of this is historically influenced by, the historical circumstances of people doing stuff at a specific point in time, and by turning it into numbers, it sort of creates the illusion of objectivity, and that's the danger. um like the horse council makes a lot, like, look at look at, say, some current public, look at some current governments. Do you think there might be horses who could very clearly be an improvement on some of those the people currently holding public office? I'm pretty sure you can find a couple of people you could replace with a horse to, for like a general improvement of the state of things. I'm pretty sure that works. Like, I don't know, have they found a replacement for Pam Bondi yet? Um, I know a horse. No, but, well, like, I mean, goats are very smart, and I mean, I don't think it's just the history of America that is fucked up. It's like history is generally fucked up because people make history, and people tend to be messy, to put it mildly. I think it's important to understand these sort of like these connections and like how stuff is convoluted and messy in all kinds of ways. And learning about the really fucked up parts of one's state's history is always helpful. Luckily, I live in Germany, and yeah, we know where we fucked up, is what I'm saying. Not that, there's not people right now trying to sort of like push that away and go like, no, we need to overcome the whole Nazi things. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, I do detect some biases in your opinions when it comes to overcoming or moving beyond the Nazi past. That is true. Nigel Farage, replace him with a hamster. Hamsters are cute. It makes sense. It's an improvement on that alone. Hey, don't slam Elagabalus. That's one of the most fascinating and weirdest Roman empresses. Hard to say. Um, well, we imported them. So, is the best argument against immigration that Adolf Hitler was in fact not German but Austrian? I don't know. I'm not going there. Well, do you know, Mike, why that mustache is that specific way? There's a German word for that specific type of mustache. It's called Rotzbremse, which translates to snot break. And the reason why Hitler's mustache is that sort of like really ridiculously short one is it's the type of mustache that fits under a gas mask. Um, and soldiers during World War One wearing gas masks because of the whole like let's start fucking around with poison gas shit. Um, had those gas masks on and had to cut their beards accordingly. Also, and that's why the snot break. If you have that gas mask on and your nose is running and shit like that, it will sort of like get stuck in your beard and not flow into your mouth. That's why it's snot break. So a lot of soldiers during World War One had those mustaches, and since the Nazi Party in particular like recruited heavily from um, World War One veterans, and Hitler famously was a World War One veteran himself, he wore that specific mustache to show that he is part of that group of the people who went through World War One, who were in the trenches and so forth. So that's why the mustache has that ridiculous shape. It's because it, fits under the mustache, and it is his beard to show his connection to his past as a World War One veteran. So yeah, it's a it's a thing. I don't know about Charlie Chaplin, but The Great Dictator is definitely one of the funniest movies around that era. Although there's a bunch of like Ernst Lubitsch movies. If you get those, get a chance to see. I think it's I don't know what it's called. There's a Ernst Lubitsch comedy about them being amateur actors, getting involved in World War II stuff, and it's insanely funny. I mean, the German-Austrian Austria thing is like, it's a weird sort of like thing that you know Germany as a state, obviously a fairly young sort of like construct, obviously from the 1870s, um, slightly before that. So the whole like state difference between what is Austria, what is Germany, obviously you have like sort of like core parts of both, but it's a fluid kind of thing, or it was a fluid thing for a long time. Um, but yeah, uh, Hitler famously Austrian. Well, I mean, yes, he ruined it for everyone else. That's that's the with great power comes great responsibility. You become Chancellor of Germany, you have the chance to ruin a hairstyle or a beard style for everyone, which is clearly the biggest responsibility and the biggest crime that no. Yeah, To Be or Not to Be, that's the one. It's such a good movie. It's really like if you get a chance, watch To Be or Not to Be by Ernst Lubitsch. It's insanely funny. It's yeah, it is really, really good, is what I'm saying. Yeah, see the thing in Germany, it's not called the German version is not called To Be or Not to Be, it's called Heil Hamlet, which is, a choice. But yeah, I highly recommend that movie. It's so funny. I mean, obviously, other Lubitsch movies are also ridiculously funny. Ninochka, another one, really funny. But yeah, nah, like as I like, to get back to like history is always weird and fucked up in all kinds of ways. I What I find interesting with U.S. history though is like how selective it is being taught, and like sort of like how all over the place. Like I know Britain's currently not here, and he always has this thing where he gets really mad about the whole like people's history of the United States, which is a really really good book that everyone should read. It's like for a lot of people, that was like the first time they encountered a slightly critical narrative of U.S. history, right? Um, and that is interesting because, like, I mean, education systems are different wherever you go, and there's pros and cons to all of them. And I feel like the German one is fairly solid. I obviously have my criticisms and so forth, but it's compared to the way that education is run by states in the US, there's a huge difference in how like what gets taught and like how much discretion you have as a state or as an individual school on like what to teach and so forth. There are like fundamental standards that have to be sort of like adhered to by everyone. And I think that is helpful because you need to have that sort of like fundamental basics. There's a German word for that that I find really fascinating. It's like I don't like obviously German, a language where you can make new words all the time, which is good. As a language feature, like you can just like smush together different words to create a new word. And there's a German word called Allgemeinbildung, which would translate into universal education or universal knowledge. Basically, it's just like it's a word that means like this is stuff that we expect everyone to know, and that includes, it's a broad one, right? It includes basic history, basic like how the state works, how basic mathematics, basic language, that kind of stuff. That's knowing shit, or like the pile of shit that everyone knows. That's called Allgemeinbildung, or well, universal knowledge, basically universal education. And the understanding is that like everyone who leaves school has to know those kind of things. We expect them to understand those kind of things, and that includes understanding that World War II kind of bad, and some sort of other stuff. But it also includes like certain amounts of literature and cultural aspects and shit like that. And I think it's sort of like I like the fact that we have an actual word for that, because having a word for something makes it sort of like easy to keep that in, to sort of like anchor that concept in society. And I feel that to have a somewhat cohesive society, it is important to have like a basic understanding of like facts and stuff that everyone should know. And when I look at US politics and US education and stuff from the outside, obviously, you can, disagree with me if you're from the US, obviously. Um, I don't think you have that. Like, there is no consensus on like this is the stuff that everyone knows and everyone agrees on. Like, and 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 moving beyond that or denying part of that sort of like core of societal core of knowledge, understanding, and so forth, like sort of like moves you outside of like societal discourse in a lot of ways, right? And not having that makes it very difficult to have, societal cohesion, or even, discourse, like conversations about like where society should move. And it, this consensus reality is certainly breaking apart in Germany as well, but like it is still relatively strong, I think. And I would argue that having an actual word for that, it does help with sort of like keeping that concept in mind, because we are, we humans, we are language focused in a lot of ways, I think. You could, in fact, try to become Chancellor of Germany. That is true, Mike, because you don't have to be born here to become Chancellor. Yes, that is true. Like history is at its core, obviously, a narrative. That's like one of those things. Like, if you want to read a really good book on history, or not so much on history, but on historiography, one of those key texts that have like shaped our understanding of like what it means to be a historian, what it means to write history. Hayden White's Meta History. It's like from the 1960s, I think, and he mostly looks at 19th century historiography. and analyzes historiography according to, well, literary genres. It goes like, well, if we write like larger histories, we are following sort of like the modes of specific, you know, forms of history, like whether it's tragedy or satire or, well, ironic mode or like a tragic mode or a comedic mode and so forth. Like, and I think that was the first time that someone like really broke through in like the mainstream history, historiography understanding of like that. Like when we write history, we are telling tales, and of course we leaving stuff out because we always have to leave stuff out, and sometimes it's because we don't know things, and sometimes it's because it's just too much stuff. We need to select things every single time we do that. Lincoln did definitely lie by omission, or at least promise things that he did not necessarily um, then actually come through on. For which you can read Mormon history, because Mormons interacted with Lincoln quite a bit during their Nauvoo, Illinois phase, because that's when Lincoln was starting out as a young lawyer and the likes uh, in Illinois at the same time. So the 1839 to 1842, I think. 43, whenever it is that Joseph Smith get killed, and I think it was 43, but like around that time. So they had some run-ins with Lincoln, and there was certainly some politicking going on. I feel like the one thing I completely forgot about until I did like the rereading this like a couple of weeks like month ago was the whole like Abraham Lincoln episode in Winnetou Part 2 by Karl May, where I'm like, this is so weird. Abraham Lincoln, axe murderer. And I'm like, wait, I was not aware of that. I totally forgot about that as a kid. Probably because I didn't really know who Abraham Lincoln was when I read that big Winnetou Part 2 for the first time, because I was 11 years old. And why would an 11-year-old German know about? I barely knew who Hitler was at that time. I definitely didn't know who Abe Lincoln was. And yes, Mike, that's exactly the thing. Is like Mormons ran into him mostly when it came to law stuff at the time. So there was some disagreements. Not to say that, like, the Latter Day Saints at the time did, in fact, always play, strictly to the truth there either. It's. But I've said this on I think on Britain streams. Like, if you ever want to read a really cool sort of form of microhistory, I like microhistory as a subgenre of historiography, where you take like one specific element, one document, one moment in time, one whatever, and do stuff from there. And Benjamin Park's Kingdom of Naboo is really good, which focuses on Nauvoo, Illinois, and you know that part of Mormon history, which is the last 3 years, basically 3 years of Joseph Smith's life. And it's focused on all the different connections, all the different documents, and who's talking to whom at the time, and you get like a very good sense of like what like a frontier town in 1840 would look like, and all the stuff around that, all the weird compromises, all the weird, just general weirdness shit going on there, and it's just really well written in that regard. So I highly recommend that if you want to get like that true frontier feeling. Really good book, for sure. I mean, obviously, the other ones that always come to mind when it comes to microhistory that I always recommend is The Night Battles by Carlo Ginzburg, because it is so fantasy relevant. The Night Battles is about the Benandanti. It's a really interesting study. And Ginsberg is one of the founders of microhistory as a sort of like genre of historiography, and The Night Battles was, I think, his PhD thesis. Um, and what he basically does is he looks at Inquisition records from a small part of today's Italy, that is Friuli, which is close to the Dolomites, I think, roughly. So it's northern Italy, close to Austria, to the mountains. It's a weird region in a lot of ways, and there over the 15th and 16th century, uh, all the way to the 17th, I think. Uh, Inquisitors encountered a specific form of folk belief in, well, the Benandanti, which is a group of people who, on specific nights, leave their body, their souls leave their body, and they travel to a specific place where they do battle with witches who are in service of the devil. And if they succeed at their fight in that battle, they save a specific part of the harvest. And the nights they do that is the Ember Nights, which are 4 Catholic holidays, and they do that. And one is obviously to save sort of like the cattle, and one is for like legumes and vegetables and shit, and one is for like grains and stuff and so forth. And they battle. They ride there on foxes and hares, and they use fennel stalks as weapons, and the evil witches use sorghum stalks as weapons. And yeah, they battle there. And what Ginsberg does is he looks at how that fairly unique and weird folk belief, through that sort of like interaction with the Inquisition, slowly gets incorporated into the Catholic Church understanding of what actual witchcraft is, and how later testimonies become much closer to what you expect from someone who considers themselves a witch compared to those early ones, and how those things interact in some ways. But also, the Benandanti show up. If you've read Guy Gabriel Kay's Tigana, there's an entire episode exactly about that, and the night battles there. For example, he takes that basically straight from Ginsberg's description of the Benandanti. And that's the thing, it's so fucking cool. And yes, you have to ride foxes into battle against the Witch King. It is really cool in lots of ways. It's a fantastic book. And the final one, when it comes to microhistory, that I always recommend and I think is really worthwhile reading, is Montaillou by 2 Frenchmen, and I would have to look up their names because I can't remember them right now. Montaillou is a village in the Pyrenees, or was a village in the Pyrenees, and in the 13th, now 14th century, the Inquisition comes to town, and Montaillou, the book covers, like, once again, the Inquisition protocols of all the questioning and so forth. And what is interesting about that one is, like, they talk to literally everyone, the priest, like everyone in that village, because they assume there's heresy going on. and they ask questions about like each everyone's belief and stuff. And what you learn from that is like you get like they reconstruct like the entire sort of like social network of that village, like who talks to whom, who has done what with whom, and so forth. But they also talk like what people believe, and all of these people in that village, all of them consider themselves to be really good Christians, but every single one believes something very different from everyone else. Like, there's obviously some basic touchstones, but a lot of stuff is like so all over the place. And basically, everyone is a heretic by if you assume Catholic canon at the time, right? Like they're all over the fucking place because at, at that point, having a monolithic form of belief is very difficult to have because it's like most people don't read the same book, so how would they know what is actually correct belief and what is not? It's like you pick up stuff that people tell you and you believe that stuff and you construct your own sort of like form of religion around that. It's like obviously everyone you know goes to church, everyone goes to confession, everyone goes to mass at Easter and those kind of things. Like, but beyond that, people believe all kinds of stuff, and it's really interesting to read in Montague how those like how broad the spectrum of like supposedly Christian belief was in one fucking village. Witches have nothing against vegetables. Which I don't know. Apparently, they're really into sorghum, though. I would argue that most inquisitors were very much pure of intent. There's it's sort of like one of those classic sort of like arguments of like when it comes to the Inquisition, when it comes to heresy and stuff like that, is like right, like if we see someone do something that would harm them, if you see a friend do something that would actually hurt them, you would probably intervene, right? Like you see a friend sort of, obviously not today, but like you see someone who starts smashing their face with a hammer, you go like, well, oh, good, you look smashing. No, you would probably stop them, go like, this is really dumb, right? So if you see your friends do something that harms them, you would probably try to intervene to save them, to make sure that stuff is good. Now, if we assume that if you sin against God, you'll end up in hell for eternity, that is probably the maximum danger that you could put yourself into. And if we assume that, intervention is sort of like proportional to the danger that someone puts themselves in, it's like you see your friend smoke a cigarette, you're probably you might tell them like, hey, smoking's bad for you. That's different from your friend starting to do heroin, right? You go like, hey, you probably be you know, somewhat more vehement in your opposition, in your attempt to help. And if we assume that the worst thing that could happen is your soul burning in hell eternally, wouldn't that actually sort of like warrant the maximum amount of intervention? And if you assume that people believe those kind of things, then yes, that's exactly what it means. And the other part that is important to understand about like the Inquisition is that, and we're talking about the medieval Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition is much more of a tool of like a state power than the 13th and 14th century Inquisition is, right? That Inquisition is, in a lot of ways, focusing on saving souls, which means the goal is you find someone who is in error, you explain their errors to them, they do penance, and they become good Christians again. Inquisitors do not condemn people to death. Obviously, they are not allowed to because priests are not allowed to spill blood. So, what they do at that point is they transfer them to secular authorities. Um, there's a whole like complex Roman law construction around that, and it's like how you can get away with that. But like priests are not allowed to spill blood, so inquisitors are not allowed to condemn anyone to death or anything of the sorts. But the main goal is to get people to recant and repent and become good Christians again. Handing someone over to the secular authorities for execution is very much the point where the Inquisitor basically concedes loss. They they have to concede defeat at that point because they have not saved the soul. And that shifts, as I said, like with the Spanish Inquisition, but in at that point, a lot of people are very much serious. And we have like handbooks. I have that lying around somewhere here in physical form. Bernard Gui, the Inquisitor from The Name of the Rose, obviously a novel by Umberto Eco. He's a historical figure. He lived. He was a very successful Inquisitor, and he wrote a handbook for Inquisitors that you can read right now. And one thing is that he was a very successful inquisitor, that he got a lot of people to recant, but he killed very few people, handed very few people over to the secular authorities. We definitely need to convince more people to read Canticle for You there, Thornall. It's like I love Canticle for Leibowitz for all kinds of reasons. It's an amazing book. It's fantastically well written. Obviously, we know that. But what I'm really impressed with especially um, yeah, that is much later. The Malleus Maleficarum is an interesting thing because Heinrich Kramer, Heinrich Kramer, he was kicked out of by the church several times for being too much of an idiot and too much of a fanatic. So very much a complicated text there. That is for witches, but the thing is, with the Inquisition, witchcraft is seen as heresy. And once again, you do like legal arguments around that. One thing that is often overlooked is that a lot of like witch hunting is not done by the Catholic Church, but is in fact done by Protestant groups. Obviously, in England, your famous Matthew Hopkins and so forth, they're all good Anglicans or beyond that good, Puritans in one form, or another. And in Germany as well, a lot of the witch hunting is done by different Protestant sects and not by the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church is at that point focusing on other things. But yeah, the Malleus Maleficarum is very much about witchcraft in particular. Um, but yeah, look it up. Bernard Gui of the Handbook for Inquisitors. I'm pretty sure you can find it online. It's certainly an interesting text. It also has it basically has form letters or forms and questionnaires of like how you can discover this different specific heresies, through which kind of questions you can nail someone on being a Docetist or a Donatist or a Manichaean or anything else. It's a really cool book, and that is Cool Britain, the Robert Fagles one. Good choice. But yeah, what is so interesting about the whole like heresy thing is, like, as I like priests are forbidden from spilling blood, so they are not allowed to actually condemn someone to death. Um, and the argument is, and that they're taking that from Roman law. It's really interesting to see that because you have a rediscovery of Roman law in the 12th century, in particular, what with the founding of the first like universities in Bologna, in particular, and after that, and bringing back Roman law. And in Roman law, you have the crime of lèse majesté, right? Or like insulting the majesty, right? Lèse majesté is the crime against the king. And what they do at that point is they transfer lèse majesté from worldly kings to and that's where heresy comes into, like divine kings, and the way they make that stick is another one that's specifically something they use when fighting both Waldensians and Cathars, is uh, because of how a lot of like feudal society is built on oaths of fealty, right? A lot of it's like you swear an oath, and you swear those oaths on Christ, and you swear them on the Bible and so forth. So if you are not actually adhering to the orthodox version of Christianity, and orthodox, I mean in the non schism version of just like the correct version of Christianity, your oath is not binding, and with Waldensians and Cathars in particular, they just refused to swear oaths. And if you move beyond that, you basically break down the entire system of the entire hierarchy of society, and that's why being found outside of Christian orthodoxy, being found a heretic, makes you basically outside, kicks you outside of like worldly society at the same time, and that's why handing you over to the secular authorities leads to death, because you are committing the crime of lèse majesté, and you are basically you cannot be trusted, because your oaths are not binding, because you don't swear those oaths on the same faith that everyone else has, which is why something like Montayo is so interesting, because that like the faith that everyone else has is non-existent, it's a fiction. um, there is no such thing as correct faith at that point, because the standards to have that monolithic faith are not there. Yes, I agree with the White Cloaks. I mean, the White Cloaks are clearly meant to sort of like do that. I think they fall flat because Jordan, Robert Jordan, kind of fails to actually give them the underlying sort of like there's no religion in the Wheel of Time, right? Like there's no priests of or anything around that. It's just like, hey, you're the good guys or the bad guys, and we hate the bad guys, so we kill everyone we consider to be a bad guy. And it's like, okay, but you kind of need a theology. There's no theology in Wheel of Time, which is kind of why they fall flat for me, at least. Yeah, the mace thing is definitely one of those things. If you read uh what's his name, Gregory of Tours, amazing historian, historiographer of the Frankish time, the Merovingian time in particular. He's Bishop of Tours, which is where Saint Martin is buried, and he writes a history of the Merovingian dynasty up to this time, which is 500 something CE. And it's really cool stuff in there. But there's also like two brother bishops who are very much they're the bad guys, right? They're absolutely misbehaving. They're leading their own war parties and shit, and they're wielding maces. So yes, they do wield maces because of the whole spilling blood thing. I learned those things as I studied medieval history at university, and I in my first medieval history 101 course, I had to write a term paper, and I wrote that one on um, heresy laws in the Third Lateran Council. That's Fourth Lateran Council, which is the one that Pope Innocent III did in 1210-ish. That's the one that deals with mostly Valdensians and Cathars, and so forth. That's a topic of my first term paper I had to write for medieval history. So that's where I learned stuff for that, and the things about Gregory of Tours is for a paper that I never finished because I got like really bogged down and really depressed and so forth. But I read like, I don't know, 15 books on Merovingian history, and I've read the Gregory of Tours stuff several times. And yeah, cool guy. Also says that like after the Huns came through this town, there was no one left who could piss against a wall, which is like, yeah, they killed all the dudes. Um, and he's very explicit. Like, yeah, no one was left who could still piss against the wall. It's like, okay. Well, I mean, like education is always like very specific in all kinds of ways, and there's stuff I absolutely don't know. Is I just like talked about something right now with when it comes to the heresy stuff that is like art. Like I did not have to buy a copy of Bernard Gouil's handbook for inquisitors, but I did because I'm fascinated by that kind of stuff. Like I don't know like much about like history in Romania. I've met some people who studied history in Romania. They were always super nice people, but they were all very frustrated with their university system. And as I said, like some very good friends of mine are PhD or PhD candidates in history in Bulgaria, and they also struggle with the parts of the education system. And then you have like with Romania in particular, you obviously when it comes to ancient history, right? Like you have the whole like obsession with the Dacians, which is tied into this whole like creating a national identity. When actual archaeologists will tell you that we don't know that fucking much about the Dacians, but you can build something around that to sort of like it, it goes in a similar direction than stuff that you see with like Hindu nationalists in India talking about all kinds of specific like Hindu inventions from mythology and shit like that. There's always a way to misinterpret and misuse history. Yes, I've heard about the bridge that Trajan built. Speaking of like Roman stuff for a second, so in Trier or Treverum in like the Roman time, it's a German city. It's the city where Karl Marx was born, among other things. They have like really impressive Roman ruins, and one of the biggest things they have is a Roman gate, and it's called the Porta Nigra, which means the Black Gate. And I think, and I want to start a petition because who knows Latin anymore, but people are very familiar with the Lord of the Rings and languages from Middle Earth. So I want to rename the Porta Nigra into the Moranon because that's the Black Gate, isn't it? And I think it would make much more sense at this point. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, education systems are difficult. It's like I said, like I've met really really good historians and history students from Romania and from all over the place, and it's always an uphill struggle. And certainly, some ways of teaching history under specific forms of Soviet authoritarianism were not exactly helping when it comes to finding the truth. But then, let's look at like how education is funded or defunded in the US right now, and you'll see that you know certainly the Soviets did not have a monopoly on fucking up education and research. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been to Trier once or twice. It's a really nice city. Like it's at the Moselle, and there's like lots of like vineyards around. It's like lots of wine around and lots of like Roman ruins and shit. And like yes, and the house where Karl Marx was born. And yes, knowing English, I think helps. Also, like any Romanian historian, just like any historian from the Balkans who's worth their salts, and everyone from Eastern Germany who's worth their salts, probably gets a lot of a lot of their sources from Library Genesis and Sci-Hub, because so much of academia is so underfunded that you can't actually that most universities don't have access to a lot of like the Brill and other like really high class academic journals and books and publishers. So you need to find ways around that. And yeah, but there's really good people doing really good work there, and it's important to sort of like keep that in mind and not go like, oh, the entire system is fucked. I know there's people who are trying, and it's not getting easier. Is unfortunately the sad part there. I guess you can ask the local football hooligans for that if you need trolls to open it. But yeah, uh, that is true. I still think that renaming it Moranon would work really well. But yeah, yeah. Just check. Oh, fuck, we've been going for like 4 hours now. That's insane. Um, but yeah, what was I going to say? I think at the end of the day, I think it's important to understand that history is, as I like, something we make again and again and again. That's a I think that's a quote from one of those French historians, like from the 19th century. It's like history is what a country agrees to lie about, and I'm like, yeah, that's um that I did not know that, but it's good to know that. But I haven't traveled to Romania yet. Maybe I should at some point. It's definitely one of the countries I haven't been to in that area yet. It's like Romania, and I need to go to Bosnia. Those are like the places that I haven't been yet. Um, but yeah, I mean the partner city in Romania to Marburg, where I live, is Sibiu, uh, for whatever reasons. But there used to be like a band exchange for like a band festival where like bands from Sibiu came to Marburg to play here, but it's kind of died down at the moment because of lack of volunteers to organize shit. Because turns out that stuff is hard. Yeah, I'm not saying that is true. I'm just saying that it's. I think it hints at a general sort of like truth that like history is something that we make up to a point, or like the way we tell something is certainly like the things we choose to emphasize is very much part of like how we define history in a lot of ways, and that is that is worth keeping in mind. That history is not an objective kind of thing. It cannot be, because we need to sort of like sort and select and narrativize, because narrative is sort of like at the core of like how we as humans experience reality, like whether it's like how we sort of like map out our own stories, like own life in lots of ways. Like we tell stories about ourselves, we tell stories about everything, and that's to bring that back to the AI thing. Right, that's why AI stuff is so interesting, because since large language models are trained on text that has been scraped from all over the place, large language models also work narratively, right? Like they use prompts as like what's the most what's the most likely story, like the next story beat, in a lot of ways. And that's I think where like a lot of the weird sort of like AI paranoia comes from, where people go, "No, it's going to tell." We did this test and we tried to do, you know, and the AI became super, did like all these like deceptive things and tried to take over the world. It's like, well, you've trained this large language model on all the fucking paranoid science fiction stories of the last 2 centuries. Of course, it's going to try to build Skynet because that's what it's learned. It's like that's the story that is probabilistically most likely to sort of like be the thing that it goes for. And so yeah, beware of narratives. We are forcing narrative causality on our world through artificial intelligence, which is a Discworld thing. No, no, there's lots of churches there, I know, but like Romania is Orthodox, right? You are Romanian Orthodox, or are you still Catholic in Romania? By which I mean, are you happy that Jesus Christ is um, resurrecting for 3 minutes now, or are you waiting for another week? Yeah, I don't know if auditors are the right way to approach this. Also, how would regulatory capture work with auditors? But okay, so but are you Romanian Orthodox, or is this because there's like so many different Orthodox churches, I assume you're Romanian Orthodox at that point. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care that much either, because it's interesting, but not that interesting. Welcome back, Ida. You missed thoughts on well, heresy and Orthodox Christianity in Romania. I think that covers most of it, and how everything is narrative, and how artificial intelligence is kind of fucked because it just tries to recreate narratives that we fed it. And if you look at the history of science fiction, you can see how that might be a problem when it comes to artificial intelligence, talking about artificial intelligence history, and safety and stuff. I think that covers the last half hour. Yeah, of course, many orthodoxes are weird because I think that leaves us into non-Euclidean doxastics, I guess. You're not allowed to drink water, so what you're supposed to drink at that point, like the you're drinking beer, or you're drinking like your brandy? Is it Zuka? I think that's your local version of rakia, palinka, or whatever else you want to call it. Yeah, that's gonna make for like really, really good decisions. I'm sure, like not drinking anything. No, like Orthodox churches are not weirder than any other church, I think. The cool part is that you get to wear that you're depending on which one you're in, you're obliged to wear a beard if you're a priest. It's kind of obligatory, which means that at least in Bulgaria you have shops that sell fake beards for priests that are, for whatever reasons, unable to grow a beard, but you still have to wear a beard, so they get put on fake beards, which is really cool. I think like you're at least allowed to get away with that fucking wine joke. I think like the difference though is that see, artificial intelligence is a bit like the One Ring, with the difference that the One Ring would only tell you that you're invisible, and everyone else could still see you, but you would still believe the ring that you are invisible. That's how AI works right now. It's like, no, no, trust me, bro. You're definitely invisible right now. No, I don't think you have to haggle for the false beard. That's different religion. Um, there's data vampires in Lavitidar's Central Station. Not exactly the same, but they might be a good hint on like how that works. that kind of depends on like what your definition of vampire is. I don't know. Have you read Blindside by Peter Watts, Thornall? Because they have vampires, and there it's obviously not about undead, but like just a different form of human evolution in that specific version of vampirism. So it's they still have vital signs, just like different. I'm sure there is Shadowrun story on that. I don't know though. I haven't read that many Shadowrun stories. I've only played Shadowrun a couple of times. Um, I said like the data vampire thing in Central Station is really cool, and the vampires in Blindside are obviously fucking creepy. What a depressing book though. Like Blindside, really, really fun book to read. Well, okay. Explanation: yes, it looks different in my room because my the old lamp that I had is failed this week. I'm using a ring light, and because of that, I had to move the camera a bit further closer to where I sit and so forth. So that's why stuff looks slightly different. But I do appreciate the joke about getting closer to the screen, John. That is actually kind of funny. Especially because I don't use a screen. I mean, my laptop is under the table. I don't know if you've told me that, Thornall. The question is, have you reached the 4 books? Or do you need me to recommend you something? But I'm sorry, I don't want to explode your list of books to read. The danger is like there's always books. Like every day I go somewhere and it's like, oh fuck, there's another book I need to read. There's like one that I just added yesterday. Yeah, the camera is slightly lower. I know that. Um, Let me check. Because I was like checking some stuff on, you know, Near Eastern politics and stuff, and something came up, and turns out that professor of, politics and stuff from Exeter University wrote a book. Yeah, it's Extractive Capitalism by Lale Khalili. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds really good. That sounds like my kind of book. And it was on sale on Audible for like $2. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I have no excuse. I'm going to read that in the next couple of days because clearly extractive capitalism, how commodities and cronies shape the world we live in. Sounds like my kind of book. Hell yeah, Mike. I'm so happy. I hope you enjoyed. um, I still like your book was like the artificial construct formerly known as the moon or something like that was the title, right, Ida? And of course, your retelling of the Tinderbox, which is, I assume, coming out soon. Yeah. Um, I don't have a hairdresser. I just use one size fits all shampoo, soap, whatever thing. I don't think about that kind of stuff. But I did like long ago. I did get a sponsorship offer for hair products, and I did not take it because it felt slightly scammy. So I didn't want to go deeper into that. But that was like the first sponsorship thing email I ever got was like, "Hey, hairstyling products. You look like the right person for that." I'm like, okay, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, um, yeah, that was like definitely one of the funnier comments I got on that like last video where someone was like, "Hey, shave shave your beard and cut your hair and stop the pity part." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, fuck you." It's like clearly that's not going to solve my problems. Well, like, look, if I had to choose between a witch and a soldier, I know who I would fall in love with, and that is gender agnostic here. Yeah, you know. Um, but I always like was like to bring that back, like the whole like, hey, we would like to you to to sort of like present our hairstyling products, and like, well, and I looked at their website and they had like a curling iron, and I'm like, if you would give me like that one, and also pay for some really glittery spandex pants, I would totally, do that, get a mullet, and shave my beard and turn it into like a mustache, and we could totally do something there. But instead, it's just like some fucking shampoo and conditioner. Yeah, no, 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 no. I was not accusing it. It was no one of you guys, and I'm not accusing anyone. It's like sometimes people are assholes, and that's fine. It's like it's not the kind of that's not the kind of comment that would ever really upset me. It's like, yeah, whatever. You're a dickhead. Fuck you. I'm secure enough in my masculinity that I will not, you know, be insulted by you talking about my hairstyle. But that's the part, like, to bring that back, like, there's like two sides to this, like, not like necessarily like two sides. On the one hand, yes, it might be smarter to use different products, and men could totally do that, and so forth. A lot of this is like social conditioning, right? The same way that like the same kind of razors cost like twice the price because it's suddenly they're pink and they're marketed to women or whatever. It's like there are there are ways this is socially conditioned, and women are told that they need like four products or whatever, and they cost more. And I think it's important to keep that in mind because yes, a lot of dudes could probably benefit from like using more than one product. There might be benefits to some of that, but the other part is also being told that what you need is this or that, and a lot of it's also just like capitalism doing capitalism things, and that's usually bad. No, you can push all your books. That's absolutely fine. As I said, like I remember the first one was the artificial structure, formerly known as the moon, and the other ones like put the titles in like chat so people can actually get them. No, Mike, I would not go for the mullet, but you know, I've been listening to a lot of like 80s AOR hard rock stuff, and you know, there is, you know, there's the kind of music that you listen to, and it's like the spandex basically, grows on you in that situation, and your hair starts curling and so forth. Yeah, but you kicked him out of Romania, didn't you? So I don't know how much his word still counts in Romania, or is this one of those like the profit counts more in like once he's left the country kind of thing? Yeah, I mean, the mullet thing is like hard to defend. I feel like I'm more confident about the spandex thing nowadays. What with like working out more, I'm like, yeah, I could probably go with the spandex thing now, but But guys, we've been going for like 4.5 hours at this point, almost, and I think it's time to slowly end this, so I can get back and record parts of that artificial intelligence video tomorrow, and obviously the video for Seasons of Glass and Iron, which is going to be really good. What you're saying is that Andrew Tate is proving the whole like immigrants coming to take your jobs kind of situation, because he comes to Romania and becomes a sex criminal, and we're like, okay, we can do that ourselves. We don't need you for that. I I do believe that there's no lack of morons anywhere. That's unfortunately the case in general. Hey Kale, how you doing? What time is it now over there? How is Easter Sunday? How is life with Jesus being awake and everything and up and doing Jesus things? Holy shit, 8 a.m. Yeah, so you're 8 hours ahead of me. No, no, I am recording parts for it. It's just a matter of time. It will be done very soon. I want to move on. Yeah, that must be quite the job. I guess I guess he's running the Global Transport Authority or something at that point. Does he use trains for that? I assume he uses trains. Jesus seems like a train kind of guy. Well, I'm not a Marxist as such. I just read Marx. That's a big difference. Uh, Far more like I'm definitely more of an anarchist than anything else. That was really funny, though. I have to mention that before we slowly move end this. I mean, or I go and get like another beer because this one is actually getting to its end, right? Like, um, someone watched one of my older videos on anti-intellectualism, and their comment was like, "The way you say intellectual, I can see your politics from here," and I'm like, "Well, it's not like I'm hiding them, right? It's like it's." I feel I've always been very open about where I stand politically. It's not, you know, that I'm pretending to be something that I'm not. It's like you know what you're getting. But you saying that you can see my politics from miles away also does kind of tell me your politics, I think. Well, not yours particular, but like that specific commenters. I'm like, that's just so funny. I guess the question, Ida, is what kind of karaoke songs are you going to sing with your kids? That is very true. Marxism is different from Leninism and Maoism and a lot of other isms. But I was recently thinking about that like earlier today because, I don't want to drag Britain into that, but like we had a conversation on like one of like Britain's live streams, which you should all watch when they are happening on Sundays. When I told Britain that he's not a capitalist because a capitalist is someone who owns capital, whereas someone who's in favor of capitalism is something different. Whereas a communist is not someone who runs a commune, but someone who believes in communism. I think, but just purely on the linguistic level, part of like the disconnect when it comes to talking about sort of like different ways of organizing economies and polities and stuff like that, right? Like, um, the way that we assume that communists and capitalists are sort of like opposing sides. I'm like, yes and no, right? Like you can be a capitalist in the sense of like owning capital and so forth, and still think and believe that, communism or socialism would be a good way of running a society. Like, look at fucking Friedrich Engels. Like, that's a capitalist who thought that, communism is a good idea. And I think we often sort of like underestimate how much sort of like just the how much power words and the shape of words does have, I think. You know what I mean? Alanis Morissette. Okay. See, Thornell, yesterday was definitely a crypt sermon day because I, I feel like Good Friday is the one day in the year where you can actually make all your neighbors listen to crypt sermons. Christ is dead, and everyone will be happy because you know what they're going to say. No, he's not. It's like, come on, it's in the book. You're celebrating it right now. All the stores are closed because that guy died. Numenon. Okay. I haven't heard about that one, Kale. I have to check that out. I know you're a classical liberal. No, classical liberal is the kind of people that read John Stuart Mill. I just have to say, like going to the Agora in sandals and toga is definitely something you can do in Greece. It's not something you can do in Germany, at least not in, winter. It gets very drafty around those, under the toga. Unless you're allowed to have like, long underwear under your toga. All right, that beer is empty. All right. So let's compromise, right? Like I'm gonna get myself another beer. We'll do like one more beer, which is like half an hour or so, and then I've been streaming. At that point, I will have been streaming for like 5 hours, including weird interruptions and shit and stuff. And it's 1 a.m. and I feel at that point I can safely go to bed, knowing that nothing bad will ever happen, because our Lord and Savior, or the guy we nailed to a tree because he said that wouldn't it be good if we people were nice to each other, has come back. You can look back until I'm back. Be classical until I come back, or progressive. Holy sh! Well, here we go. I hope you have resolved all the political arguments, because otherwise I have to intervene. Um, that's an interesting conversation you had while I was gone. Yeah, yeah, the phone company Orange. That's been a while, man. But then again, I live in Germany, and we have the Magenta company. Obviously it's a German Telecom or T-Mobile, and for whatever reason their color is magenta. But that is true, Britain. The question is, though, when the neocons and the religious nut jobs did take over, because the danger is to sort of like assume that happened like the last, I don't know, 20 years, because it's been going on for a long time. Um, I don't know if you like, have I told you to read Birchers, which is a history of the John Birch Society, which I think is a really interesting book on that subject, because they've been doing this for a long time. They've been working on it for a long time, and beyond anything, like Robert Welch, not a very sane person to begin with. Also, the inventor of the sugar daddy, which is, I don't think, the kind of thing that conservatives want to be connected to. But Robert Welch, founder of the John Birch Society, ran a candy company. Um, and their biggest hit was a lollipop called the Sugar Daddy. So yeah, some next time someone talks about the John Birch Society or talks about being influenced by the John Birch Society, remind them of that specific aspect. They're all influenced by the success of the Sugar Daddy. I think, like, you might be right that, like, in the 80s they definitely took over, although I would argue, like, in the 70s, because, like, getting Reagan, sort of, like, moved into the position to become president, that's sort of like when they fully took over, I guess. But they worked on it a long time before that. And you have, your Jerry Falwells and your Moral Majority, and on the other side you have your John Birchers, your Birchers, and so forth. And a lot of that stuff sort of starts in the late 50s, but definitely in the 60s around the civil rights. A lot of it is a reaction to the civil rights era, and that's like one of those things that, like, is important to understand and keep in mind. It's like a lot of it is sort of like clothed in the language of like religious freedom and stuff like that, but it is at its core, it's racist. A lot of it is like, oh no, we have to accept black people in our schools. I guess we are now trying to get religious exemptions, and moving from there. And that's sort of like what galvanizes a lot of those people. And then they build up their base of power all the way through the late 60s, and then especially through the 70s, to then move Reagan into place. Because, you know, that, that's like one of those things to keep in mind. It's like Jimmy Carter, um, a very, very religious person, a very evangelical religious person, right? Like, in a lot of ways, he should have been the candidate for the Christian evangelical vote, and they moved against him towards Reagan. And that's sort of, I think, the shift that is really important, because that's where they sort of like fully abandoned the actual sort of like teachings of their religion for like the political sort of like superstructure that is glued onto especially evangelical Christianity in a lot of ways. Well, you got a pizza, so you won. Yeah, the Powell memo is definitely one of the big ones. Yes, for sure. And I think that's kind of the sort of like depressing part to sort of like see how this was built up over time and no one did anything about it and felt like very naive about it, like both in within, like, say, the Republican Party for the longest time, we're like, well, those are just like the weirdos and the movement conservatives, and said like people ignored that on that side, and on the Democrat side in US politics, they also sort of completely underestimated like how if you are a well coordinated rigid structure with, enough firepower and like economic power behind you, you can push through a lot of other stuff, because democracy kind of works on a lot of like sort of like silent understandings, a lot of like unwritten rules, whereas like we all agree to actually kind of work together and figure out how to do that kind of stuff. And if you just ignore that shit, you can get really far, because as long as everyone else still assumes that those unwritten rules are sort of like in force. And that's kind of what happened all the way through the 90s. And like obviously the Democrats, I don't think, have like still caught on when it comes to like US politics in a lot of ways. But especially like through the 90s, with like Newt Gingrich and so forth, like turning like even parliamentarian politics into like a full like all out war in a lot of ways. That only works if you're like one side that just doesn't play by the unwritten rules and only by the written rules, and bends those whenever it has the power to do that. And that's I know there's like a lot of people who go all about that whole like, it's all like 1930s Germany in the US right now. It's like, no, it's not. But like that underestimating the sort of like things a small group of really well organized, highly organized, well funded people who don't care how far they can get. That I think is like that is definitely very similar in a lot of ways. Like, yeah, you have that, and that can wreak a lot of fucking havoc at the end of the day. I mean, that's like the other thing, like the idea that you can control these kind of people it's something you can see as an example for like this thing happening right now when it comes to Germany, right? Like our right wing party is the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, or Alternative for Germany. Um, and it started out as a fairly middle of the road right wing, well, not right wing, but like reactionary conservative economy focused kind of things, like, no, like the euro is bad, let's go back to like the German mark, and let's leave that kind of stuff, right? Which is bad, but sort of like, and to gain popularity, they invited some people who were further to the right on the political spectrum. And what happened is that those people very much took over the party, and those people were still, just like slightly right wing. And those people then, to build a greater tent, moved further right and got in some even more right wing people. So they got cooed out, and then you move to the next. Like we're like now like four steps into that. Like every step was a move further to the radical right, because radicalization does work that way, especially on the right. It doesn't necessarily work that way on the left, because the further left you go, the more splintered shit gets. But on the right, that's usually how that works. You're like, well, we are good Democrats. We just like also sort of like, try to appeal to the right wing people so they give us votes and then we can do a good thing. It's like, no, what you do at that point is you let those fuckers in, they take over. And those people then open the gates even further to the right. And that's something that is very specific to the right. And I think that's what happened in a lot of ways in US politics, as well as in German politics. And I think it's unfortunately unavoidable unless you are very, very, ideologically clear that the opening up to the right is always a danger. And like, you know, Dr. No is so fucking cool. Yeah, that's the danger there, right? Especially with the US, because, no matter what you think about Trump, Trump's going to die. Trump's going to die soon. It's maybe like a year, maybe 5 years, but like that problem will solve itself relatively soon. But there's people like a lot of the damage that has been done can be sort of like, that's the danger there. It's like you've dismantled so much and you have all these institutions that are fucked right now. It's like with that fucking Supreme Court you have right now in the US, it's like, you know, unless, something is done to change the constitution of the Supreme Court, and people like fucking Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito are no longer in the majority, you will get away with fucking fascism in the US, like serious organized fascism, and that's the problem. It's like Trump is disorganized fascism. It's like he's not a fascist. He doesn't have like the mind to become a fascist. He just wants to be king, basically, right? Like, but like you've dismantled so much stuff around that it is really dangerous to and really difficult to get back from that. That is so scary about that. Of course, everyone is captured by capital. That's what capital does. Yeah, nah, that is that is unfortunately a very apt way of putting it. Jin. He's just a tank. Yeah, that's obviously the other way of doing that. Yes, having both Alito and Thomas really, you know, it's like I have so much respect for Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but like that she did not retire during like Obama's time, and that you know, come on, that was bad. Um, like I think like one thing that really helps with like fascism in Britain or like the lack thereof is like obviously you have all kinds of problems. Like you still have reform, right? Like reform is still around and it's not going to go away or anything of the sorts. But like I think what helps historically is that the actual like fascists, like the Mosley fascists, were so soundly beaten in the UK by the British people, right? You have the Battle of Cable Street. You have all of this stuff. Like Britain dealt with its fascists, so trying to sort of like it's not just like that people agree that like being fascist is bad, which most people in Germany kind of do, but like German Nazis are sort of kind of badass, I guess, because they got away with like an entire fucking genocide and everything, um, all the way until they didn't. But like British fascists are losers. They've always been losers, so no one really wants to be associated with that. And I think that that helps today in a sense where people go like, well, we don't want to use that terminology. We want to be associated with fascists because those are fucking losers. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Also, it's like coulda, shoulda, that thing. Well, Bedivere, I hope so. I really hope so. I don't know if I am very confident in the current version of, say, the Democrat Party to actually do anything about that. But that's, you know. Thanks, Mike. I'm glad you enjoyed this, and I'm glad you made it. Yeah, yeah. The Orban thing is like it's going to be interesting to see how that election shakes out in Hungary. Um, not that the alternative is that good, but at least it's not Orban. And I think that like when it comes to modern fascism right now, it's like all of them are so fucking incompetent or so openly corrupt that it's like even their own people get annoyed with them sooner or later. And it's like I guess we're lucky in that so far we have not actually in the resurgence of like right wing like far right parties we haven't really met like a truly competent one yet. It's like Orban is probably the most competent of those, and even he is not, able to actually, run the country in a way that like makes people okay with it over the long term. And you look at like fucking the US right now, it's like it's getting hard. Like even if you are, say, a right wing reactionary conservative, wouldn't you be fucking ashamed of that fucking government at this point? It's how how much incompetence can you sort of like ignore before you get like pissed off with like, your fascist leaders not even being competent fascists. And I think that general sort of like lack of competence is something that has hampered the right wing. The danger there is of course that like at some point, someone might actually be good at it, and then shit gets really, really bad and really dark really soon. Yeah, I don't know. I Obviously, I'm a huge fan of NoFX, the San Francisco punk rock band, and they have this wonderful song called "Leaving Jesus Land," and it's NoFX, so they're like very gross and all of that kind of stuff. But like in their like blunt obscenity, they are so unfortunately close to it. And it's like I love like beyond anything else. I love the rhymes like no longer svelte. They got to punch new holes in the Bible Belt, and obviously they're fat shaming the heartland in some ways. But I think it's important to understand that like there has been that fundamental sort of like shattering of like consensus reality. What I said earlier when I talked about like the idea of like having Allgemeinbildung, having a sort of common core of knowledge that everyone agrees on. And and I don't think that exists in the US anymore. Like if it ever existed, it's gone. So how can you actually talk to people that don't even share that fundament like that foundation of like sort of like understanding and knowledge in a little ways and that's part of it. So like you have people that haven't watched anything outside of like I don't know Fox News and fucking Rumble and Daily Wire or whatever for like the last 30 years. Like how do you talk to those people? Yeah, I mean, and that's I mean, obviously there's like that. Those are like the structural issues of like having like a two-party system and so forth that it makes it even like like German democracy not the best thing in the world, but the fact that we have a multi-party system where you have like coalitions and shit, it does sort of like even out some of the extremes because you always have to make some compromise to get shit done, and that is just not how U.S. politics works. Yeah, of course it's a moronic move. I mean, but Ida is right. Like, talk to your neighbors, make sure that you know the people around you, and build community around that because that is what will like at the end of the day, that is kind of the thing that really matters, right? Like that makes it much harder to break shit apart. Is like even people that voted for Trump were like, now fucking ICE is coming to take away my neighbor. I don't want that. It's like, yes, there's like a lot of like weird contradictions in there because you knew he was going to do, but like human connections are what actually matters at that point. And yeah, knowing your neighbors, knowing who you can rely on, like what they need, be building sort of like community from the ground up is at the end of the day the thing that really is important. I mean, it's important no matter what kind of political times you're in, but right now it is just really, really essential to do that. Um, See, I know the Harry Potter thing is happening, Ida. I have Like, I have no interest in it whatsoever, and that's just like it'll happen, whatever, right? Like, I don't know if Harry Potter is still that cultural force that it like outside of the UK, where obviously, Rowling, by virtue of being one of the richest people in that on that fucking island, is, a cultural force by herself. Like, I don't know if people do still care that much. I think it may have just like moved on. And yes, Bedivere, I also like really cool name because like, how many people pick fucking Bedivere when it comes to like Arthurian knights? Anyway, um, uh, my point is that well, the internet is obviously also a tool of capitalism at this point. Like, it sounds so dumb to always go like, "Oh, it's capitalism, isn't it?" It's like, but like, if you use sort of like algorithms to maximize you know profits, to maximize revenue, that does not lead to better education. That leads to something very different, and we know that by now. But that's kind of where you take a technology and then um, shape it according to the sort of like societal systems around that, and that's why the internet doesn't actually do the things it also could do, because yeah, that's not how that works. How can you be an anarchist and not believe in anything? Isn't like the fundamental thing in anarchism is that you believe in building human society and building human community. That's the plan, right? It's like, yeah, you do that with your friends, but you still believe in, creating something outside of the rules. And that's kind of the goal there, I think. Yeah. I'm glad you had fun, Thornall. We are definitely going to wind this down though now, because it's we've been going for fucking 5 hours. I'm not fucking Hassan Piker or anyone of that caliber who just stream for like fucking 10 hours every day. I'm not paid enough for that shit. Like, no. Also, it's like it's 1 a.m. and that's bad. Because I need to finish that AI video so Jin doesn't have to threaten me or anything. But I think it's like one of the things that I try to come back to is like building like these human connections to people around you, and understand like what makes you human, what makes all of us human, is well finding community, finding these things together. That is really important, and it's easy to sort of forget that, because we do a lot of stuff online, and that is great. Like, don't get me wrong, like the internet has been really helpful, especially for like marginalized people, where you can find people that are like you, even if you are like in like a small village in the fucking middle of fucking nowhere, and you're the only queer kid or the only gay kid with that specific disability or whatever. Like, the internet has been really helpful there, but there is something that sort of like comes with that sort of like combination of like human interaction and physical interaction, in the sense of like you're talking to your fucking neighbors and so forth. Like that is really important because it does help you to understand that these are, people like you. And most of us want the same, a lot of the same things. There's obviously stuff that we disagree on and so forth, but like when it comes to like safety in like knowing that we will still be able to live here tomorrow and shit like that. That stuff is the same, and a lot of that stuff will lead you towards a more progressive sort of like politics at the end of the day, because you know knowing that you will be living in the same place will probably make you very angry about fucking landlords and lots of other stuff. Like that stuff can be really hard, but I think it's important to sort of like not ignore that and sort of like move to that. And just like today, that happened earlier today, I was, went back to the store, and I'll tell the story and then we slowly move in this week. I went to the store, I bought like a box of beer, and I bought food and stuff, because tomorrow, obviously Sunday, stores are closed in Germany. Monday's a public holiday because religion and stuff. Um, and like a couple of, slightly outside of my house, I took a break. I put down everything because shit's heavy. Also, I got like a couple of messages on my phone. I'm like, oh, I gotta check this because so that like last week. Um, I have a new nephew now that's like 1 week old. So obviously, I get messages and stuff like, I'm gonna check that like everything's fine with my family and shit like that. So I was just there checking my messages and stuff, and one of my neighbors, and they don't like they're a couple, and the woman doesn't speak German, and I think they're like might be Ukraine, like somewhere Eastern European, some Slavic language. I'm I don't know exactly. It was like, and she was trying to wonder if I was lost because obviously I'm out there with a stick as a blind person. I kind of ignored her because I wasn't, I was trying to get like through my messages and shit, and then she brought her partner and is like, "Hey, do you need help with everything?" It's like, "No, no, I'm fine. I just took a break to check this." But like looking out for each other, making sure that everyone is fine, that stuff is important, and that really helps. And I'm glad I live in a place that I like. This is social housing. A lot of the people here around here are unemployed. A lot of people are refugees, are immigrants. All of those people are on, somewhat on the borders, on the edges of society, but like people around here look out after each other, and that is where like community is built, and that is where stuff. That's where humanity is, I think, at the end of the day, and I think it's important to stick to that. It's like talk to your neighbors, make sure that they're fine, make sure that you have like these local connections in a lot of ways, and like there will be assholes there. It's like make sure that you know which ones are the assholes and which ones are just nice people, even if you have like nothing in common with them. It's like they still like humans, and they probably be with you when shit hits the fan, or just like nice people. And I think that is something that we should all sort of like focus on, while also building connections over the internet and stuff like that. Do both, but like be sure not to sort of like neglect the sort of like local physical stuff, I think. Yes, Bedivere, that's the things, like corporations ruined my home. Yes, of course, doing the Dark Lords. Come on. That goes without saying. All right, guys. Let's actually end this. Holy shit. Uh, and I'm dropping CDs, I guess. Anyway, let's find how I end this. This looks reasonable. Oh, here we are. I'm an idiot. Right. Thanks so much for sticking with me for like 5 fucking hours. I'm very glad you did that. I'm also very impressed that you did that. I'm really happy. Anyway, happy Easter if you're Catholic or Protestant. Um, happy Sunday if you're not. I know Pesach is over at this point, I think. Otherwise, I don't know. Enjoy the next couple of days, and there will be a video on Seasons of Glass and Iron very soon. And beyond that, I don't know. The AI video is coming. It's going to be angry and all about Nazis, unfortunately. But seriously, thank you so much. I do appreciate it a lot.